I'm just trying to figure things out. All right. Okay. We're back. Um. Let's do a little fishing. Uh. Oh my god. They're gonna fucking hit me with this dog shit lobsters. Yeah, fuck this. You alright, buddy?
Hey, boo. What's up? On my way to meet my manager, like I told you. Why? What's your update?
gotta go find out where the fuck my car is at. What the fuck? My motorcycle. Gotta adjust my seat. I'm hoping I can run into people. Where the fuck are all the cars at, bro? That's some bullshit. Get the fuck out. So it is at Shambles. Yeah, I'll do it. Give me my money. What? What the fuck happened to the car? You almost ran me over, bro. Get the fuck out. Nice. Let's go get my bike. This is actually a good ass car. I'm gonna have to buy this one. Yeah. Makes sense. No. Oh my god, this game is so gay. Whatever happened to automatically go into the driver's seat? What the fuck? You This is so fucking ass.
What's going on?
You're getting out the fucking car. That's
crap.
what's going on. Oh wow, it was just right here. How the fuck did I get my car? Wait, what? This is not where I'm at. My shit is down there. Ooh, that was clean. All right. Let's go do some trucking. What the fuck? Jesus. Oh. $270,000. That's all I need. How much money do I have? I could do that. Let's go. Oh. Uh. While we I want to react to this.
This is what I usually do, prepping beforehand, and I didn't have a chance to do everything yet, so I'm trying to figure out today's episode. But what I normally do, as I told you guys before, this is why I have Magic Mind in the morning. If you don't know what Magic Mind is, it's more of like a clear energy. It doesn't give you the jitters. It's got all the adaptogens you need. It's got everything, and I've been talking about it for a little bit on the show, so you know. And it is fantastic. And it really, I think Brett Sheridan was the one who initially told me about it. So here you go. It's got like an orange juice taste that I really like, but it's my focus. My focus is better when I use it, and it's like I said, it's a clean energy, and I love that they say do more, stress less. What I love about it also is if you want, you go and check out the link in the description here. We can get 48% off your first subscription of Magic Mind, or you can get 20% off the first time purchase. But you got to use that code BIGTHING at checkout. If you go to magicmind.com/BigThing, you can do it. And it's been starting my day off wonderful. Wonderful. So I would highly suggest it. It's Magic Mind. All right. Thanks for joining me.
Here we are.
Get that link. Hold on. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to UAP Tuesday here on The Big Thing.
I love this podcast.
And, man, we got a lot to talk about this week. Tons. There's so many different reports and so many things that are out there right now that we have to dive into. And one of those things, we had Tim Gallaudet on the show not too long ago, and it's good to see that his report about the USOs is gaining more traction, and more people, whether it's Richard Dolan and other people, are saying how important it is that we're should pay more attention to what's going on in the oceans, right? And there's a report and there's an interview that I'll show from Richard Dolan where he talks about how it's covering like the whole damn planet. So it's not just the oceans that we're seeing here in the States, but that goes to the bigger topic of what we're going to talk about here today, whether it's this thing we're going to talk about in India where there's some more footage there. There's this stuff that they're talking more so in Peru. And there's always this comment that comes in every once in a while about how come it's only the States that sees UAPs? It's not. And one of the things that they talked about in the Soul Foundation was one of the ways that disclosure comes in, or catastrophic disclosure rather, is when other countries start dropping this stuff. And it does seem that that is a possibility. And I think that's ultimately where the title of this episode will come out, is will catastrophic disclosure come with other countries' disclosure?
I don't
really
think
where
so.
It's going to come down to, because there's so much. And then this is a report. I just did a video. There is another channel that we have called.
I feel like it's died down way too
Christian
much.
Harloff,
People really don't give a fuck unless
Monday through
the
Friday,
government comes
right?
out
Talk, different
with the
stories
fucking
what's going on
spaceships.
in the world of UAP news. And I did this video, and I've said it as much too. I didn't know what. I still don't know what the hell the Havana Syndrome really is. I didn't see the whole 60-minute things, but I saw a part of it. And the only thing that I know is that people are linking it back and forth, and some people say, oh, it could be connected to what Russia's doing from the UAP technology they have and all this. And I don't know. All I know is that it's another report. And there's other footage that's coming out. And my guest today is going to be Attack Peter, and we're going to talk about basically this footage that's coming out, the other footage. I sent him this thing that someone sent to me, and we're like, it could be CGI, but what the hell if it's real? Who knows? Because this is nuts. Now, this is the problem that we're in with the technology that we have and the ability and the computers that we have to make anything look real. There's more of these freaking alien interrogations that are coming up, these videos that are popping back up from like the 90s that people think are real, and you can't tell. So we're going to discuss
That's the problem with all of this shit.
We have an exclusive interview with Paul Hynek, the son of Project Blue Books, Alan Hynek, and basically part of Blue Book, then left and realized how real the phenomenon was. And Pavel is going to have a lengthy chat with him that we're going to air in just a little bit here today. So if you're brand new to the channel, you've never been here before, do me a favor, subscribe to the channel. We're at 135,000. We started out strong. We're pushing forward, and we really, if you're here, you just discovered this, and you like to talk about this thing, whether you're someone who's asking questions on the side of, I don't know, I'm not sure if I really believe a lot of this stuff, I'm on the fence, or hardcore believer, whatever it is, ask questions with us. Subscribe to the channel. We're on Apple Podcasts.
They better not do a whole nother show where they're just like, listen, we don't know anything. All we're doing is asking questions.
Every single Tuesday. So make sure you do that. Check it out.
You better get to the fucking
and
meat.
It's myself. It's Attack Peter. Here we go.
That's one of the biggest problems I have with this podcast is that they spend too much trying to explain themselves, that they don't know shit. Nobody knows anything. We don't have to hear you for the 30th time.
And as I say, each and every week, more and more news coming out. And I'm so glad that I got this crew that I have talking this stuff with me too. And one of my buddies, actually one of the first guys to start talking about it with me, very talented artist.
Get to
Attack Peter. What's up, Attack Peter? How are you?
If you start calling me Attack Peter, we're gonna have a problem.
I know. How are you, Peter? What's going on?
Good, man. Everything's good. You know, today I'm representing. You know, every time I talk to you about this, I feel like my mind shifts on it. Maybe that's everybody, you know, following it. But today I feel like I'm representing the people who are like, what the hell's going on now for real? Because now I feel like I'm seeing more incredible video than I've ever seen before, but I'm also aware of all the video software that's out there, like the Sora and people just like the Corridor crew debunking stuff, and it's killing me. It's like, I don't know what it's like. It's like, you know, it's like 10,000 spoons when all you need is a knife.
well said. You know what's funny about that is because I was walking around at the mall and someone sent me this. It was with my family, and I was walking around the mall and someone sent me this video. And anytime I get sent these videos, I send it to you and Riley like right away.
Yeah.
And I sent this to you, and you're like, "Well, what is that?" I said, "I have no idea. Someone sent it to me, and I have no idea what the hell it is." And let me play it for the audience.
Play it, please.
And then we'll talk about it. All right. So here's this thing, and it's racing across, and it's got like these little, like, I don't know, spikes on the side, and then the jet comes flying after it, and then there's a motorcycle on the side. I mean, so I don't know, because you know what's funny about it is if you look at when you look at that thing that's flying across, remember that red one that I sent to you?
Yeah.
It's very similar to that red thing that I saw when I was barbecuing.
Did you see spikes on it on the video? You just mentioned that. I don't see spikes on it.
Zoom in on it. Have you zoomed in on it?
No.
Yeah, you got to zoom in on it. So
Okay.
here, I'll zoom in on it.
Oh yeah, I kind of see them. You know what's crazy? There's a Pokemon that looks like that, and it also, every time I see that craft, I think of there's another video out there where it shows like some orb craft with little probes like that, and it looks like the freaking coronavirus.
Yeah, right.
Like,
Exactly.
yeah,
So that's it's got like, it's a little orb, and these little orbs that I talk about, and I got to find the one that I have, and I played it on the show before. The one I saw was like red, but this doesn't necessarily mean it's anything except a piece of technology. It's a whatever, but it's moving real fast, and then the jet's flying. It does. When I said to you, when I sent it to you, I said it does to me seem like a really cool short film that someone put together.
Exactly.
With,
Well, now
with
that's the
CGI.
thing. Every time I see one, I think that.
Now, if you saw this 20 years ago,
Yeah.
then exactly the way that it is now, you go, I don't know, maybe that's real, but like I don't know. I mean, this is one of those ones that you could see someone going, yeah, that's that was a well done piece of CGI.
It's like the better they look, the less I want to believe them, and that's such a bummer. You know what I was thinking the other day? I'm like, if I was operating counterintelligence, what I would do is I would get a farm crew of people just generating UFO videos that are incredible,
Right.
and just putting them on the internet,
Yeah.
so that if one does leak, it'll just be in a sea of other really compelling video, and we won't know.
Well, that's why they're in this. They're a good spot that they're in, because it's like you can put like, look at it. They're resurfacing that alien interrogation video. Have you seen that? Again,
There's two that I've seen, but
the one from '94. The one from '94.
Where he's like this, and like he kind of faints in the chair.
Yeah. So like
I never thought that was real.
But now that one's resurfacing. That more people saying that it is legit. But it's the same. As why would somebody make this up? It's like, what are you talking about? Why do people do half the shit they do in the world? So I don't know. It's tough when you see these things, because to me, and it's not fair to feel this, by the way, but to me, the one that I'm going to believe is the time where it is so undeniable that every single news outlet and every single person's like, look at this weird thing that just happened, and it's like this crazy. It's always, but even that, it's always in a farm in the middle of nowhere. The guy just happens to have his motorcycle. He gets off his motorcycle for that right time. What was he doing? He's taking a piss. And
that I was trying to figure that one out in my head after that. You sent me that. I'm like, what led to the point where he's perfectly parked?
Right.
And ready for that. So what I had to get, this is what I did in my mind. So I go, okay, the guy was driving somewhere and he saw some stuff happening in the distance. So then he pulled over somewhere, but how did he get so far ahead of them if they're going at that speed?
Right.
I couldn't make it out. I couldn't make it up.
He got it perfectly. He got the thing coming right after him. And then, look, the same could be said. I got to find that footage of myself if I find it in time, I can play it as I'm talking. But like, I was grilling and I looked up, and then this thing just kind of zipped by. I don't know what it was. I have no clue what it was. But so it's possible. It's definitely possible. Yeah. It's just, and maybe you hear the jets and you start to look up. But I've never even seen this one, and apparently it's like a few years old, and it didn't just happen like recently. It was a few years old. So someone sent it to me, and they're like, I've been looking for this thing for a bit, and then they found it. So.
To the stuff that I get sent now from doing the show, it's out of control, and there's stuff that I'm like, God, what if I currently have in my possession some like earth-shattering footage or picture? I don't believe that I do,
right?
But that's what it's like, because you get so much and it's so compelling. It's not like it used to be where you're like, that's terrible. Right. Like, it is at a point now where reality is indecipherable from what's not real, and there needs to be, like, they need to a point, or someone should be, this is a good business, someone should go and make a channel where they just literally like an effects corridor crew type people just break down every UFO video. Like, that's all you do on your
but
channel.
The question is who, because it seems like are people who just, no matter what, they're always saying it's not real, and like, even I think that, and do not quote me on this, but I feel like the Quarter Crew was like, well, the stuff that Ryan Graves saw and those, it was not real either. And I'm like,
they were a little too hard. I think more. But my larger point is that there's so much of this stuff that it would be helpful if there was one place you could go where they would be like, no, this one's BS. This one I actually don't know, right? Because no one can tell you this is for sure real, like, right? But they could actually at least say, I don't know. I can't immediately disprove it.
It's true. So I don't know. I got to ask you guys, from that footage that you saw.
Oh my God!
Where are you standing with that?
Jesus,
is there any shot that thing is legit, or is that just a really good piece of CGI, or even if it's a piece of CGI? It's like no, it's just it's a freaking drone that they were chasing after, which is also very possible. So go ahead, put your comments in there. Speaking of more footage, and we'll start with kind of the footage today. This was I follow both Michael Angelo and the UFO Joe, and they both post a bunch of great things. But this is more footage, and I think we posted this on our show a while ago. Not this particular video, but like that triangle sphere that's been running around the joint for a little bit. And this is a post from that. This is the black triangle video. Now, I believe that we've shown a version of this, but apparently this is much better footage of it. So I'm going to play this same thing. We're going to take a look at it, and then you guys tell me what you think. Okay, here it is. You can see just the triangle and the three lights on the side there. Now, a lot of people think this is a secret program that the U.S. has had this particular ship.
That's
but,
got to be what it is, man.
The triangle I could see.
yeah, the triangle.
I've seen different triangles.
It's
and different
definitely
videos.
something.
At the end of this video, it starts to like rotate a little.
But like, what are
But
the
it's just
lights?
like, it's the anti-gravity side of it, right? It's just like kind of floating there. And now it just like spins. You see this thing spin. The water's driving me nuts, by the way. And then it just takes off. All right.
Even if it's our technology, like it's still earth-shattering.
Yes. Well, look, there's all these reports. I'm getting more and more convinced about the anti-gravity stuff. Did you see there was there was this thing once? So the reason I brought it up, and it's funny because Peter and I joked about it before we even started. We like to
Anti-gravity. What would be the reason for them to hide it, though?
Video on the Havana syndrome thing,
China and Russia?
He's like, I'm not the guy to talk because I don't know what the hell that is, and clearly you don't either. And I was like, no, I have no idea. I have no clue. I still don't get it. And I said to Pavel as much when I was talking to him about it, and he's like, yeah, we should cover this. And I was like, I don't know enough about it. He does. I don't know enough about it.
And I'm Cuban. I don't know enough
about it. But what I will say is that what I did see from all these different things that they're linking it back now to potential UAP stuff with the stuff that potentially that Russia is involved in it, and the stuff that they studied with the UAPs that they have found. But the thing that I started to see, there was this scientist. And are you watching Three Body Problem, by the way?
I watched it all.
I'm about 4 episodes in, which is kind of nuts because when you're watching this thing that's happening and to all the scientists in Three Body Problem, there's like things that are happening to them and a reason that it's happening to them. I started getting into my own, tinfoil hat thing because I'm like, because when there was this woman who was studying anti-gravity and she was a scientist and she got killed. She had this video that she released, or this podcast she was doing, or whatever it was, in 2021 or 2022, and she talked
That's
about
usually how it ends.
There are two sides of the government with this stuff that's going on with anti-gravity, and it's like the people who are giving you money that want you to what else did you find? Like, if they don't tell you to shut the F up about it, then they want you to keep working on it. And then there's the other ones who want you dead, right? And she ousted this whole thing. And then in 2022, she passed away.
Oh shit!
So the question is kind of like,
I didn't want to be right about that.
Self-induced, and the question is, then the conspiracy theories start popping up. She was so open about this stuff and all that, but it's like, and all this was connected to the same stuff that was once those Havana syndrome videos were going on. But it was the anti-gravity stuff that she was talking about that I'm going, when you hear about all these different, and then you had that whole thing that Jesse Michaels did on his documentary about anti-gravity and all that. It's like there's way more to this.
Yeah.
And like that, like I wouldn't be surprised if that triangle, if that absolutely is something that we have developed through the anti-gravity program and those things. And I think that we are so far along in the anti-gravity thing. I think that's and also why I wouldn't be surprised if it came out to be like, the majority of stuff that you do see zipping around in the skies are things that we have. Maybe there was something that crashed a long time ago. They did crack it with the reverse engineering programs and all those things. It's very, very possible. I just think there's way more to it, to the anti-gravity thing, that people are leading on to.
And if you wanted to develop an alternative fuel source or method of mobility, like imagine if you got to work on petroleum in isolation, or you got to work on whatever, and so if you potentially have an exclusive hold on anti-gravity propulsion, you'd rather push a UAP narrative. Don't come for me saying that I'm like jumping ship on it. I still think both things could be true. I think there's a strong possibility that there is something that we don't understand. It's a non-human intelligence. And also we are parallelly developing this, and we don't want anybody to realize it. So we go,
Told them. Yeah, but they don't know there's that. A save in the car that's in head.
What are they talking about?
I get it, but they don't know that, The only thing they know is kind of what happened. I had a lot of stuff on me, and I got robbed really badly, and it really sucked. They took my fishing rod, man.
I've had mine jacked a few times.
Like, bro, that's my rod. I need that shit.
Are there any jobs that pay better than this shit?
Fishing.
Fishing.
It's not a job. You just do it.
It's fucking boring, yo.
Okay, well, go out there with some friends and bring some
I don't have
puppies and
friends.
fucking suck it up. And
Oh, you know what pays better
you make
than
so much
this?
money.
What?
Um,
Treasure
because of
maps.
yours truly, prospecting
Mm-hmm.
better than this.
Does it?
Oh yeah, pays better than fishing.
I don't know. I got a lot of nickels and paper clips and stuff.
Well, yeah, you're probably still level 1, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
am.
okay. Well, cry about it. You're. It's like the
I
same as
will cry
fishing.
about it.
It's level 1 fishing. You ain't making any money. Let's
No,
compare level 1 fishing with
throwing
level
lobster
1.
tails on the floor.
Yeah, you gotta level it up. You gotta level up.
Yeah, they
But
ruined
when
the
you're level
levels.
5,
I mean, it didn't affect me because I was like 25 when they put it down, but like I could still do sharks, but like
oh
a lot of
yeah,
my friends lost their shark abilities and I'm like laughing at them.
I heard. I mean, I lost a whole bunch of levels, but I was like
Yeah.
level almost 300, so I didn't even go down to.
Well, I was like 70 something, so it was like
Oh,
25.
I do have a question. I don't know if y'all know this, but do y'all know what to do with the crystal ores?
There, I do know.
Oh,
I do know what to do with
apparently
them.
you can sell them to like Icebox. Is that true? You can
That's
sell
what
them
I've.
to
Yeah.
Icebox, but Icebox is never open. So
Oh shit.
Pretty much, it's like one of those things you just toss them on the ground, or save up for like a shit ton of them, and then like
they're heavy though.
they are heavy.
Yeah.
That's why I have a shit ton of storage.
Mm.
Because I have almost like 500 of each, and I know they're pretty useless for anything other than cooking. So, and I guess if it's icebox and it's ice, but I mean, the longer you're in the city, the more likely you're gonna run into somebody who's from icebox that might use it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Yeah.
But it's more of like a space issue though, as she said. Like they're heavy as shit. So
Yeah,
if
well,
you
and
don't have the
especially
space,
if you're like there, like collecting like other ores and stuff, you want those because you can sell those for big money. Like, so having all that fucking crystal in your pocket is just like wasting all that money room.
it's true.
Yeah, fuck the
I have a
crystals.
lot of pocket space though. So
How much do you have?
currently
Yeah.
315.
Oh, I'm at 215. Oh, that must be nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
How many
But
comps can you hold?
truthfully, I don't know. Never tested how much random shit I could fit in my pockets. I
No,
just know
like just like have light pockets and then just fill your pockets with comp and just see how much you can hold.
dude, I have like almost 10k comps in my storage, so I can test it.
I can hold with like a few things in my inventory, like my gun, my knife, my bat, my cuffs, my phone and all that shit. A little bit of food. I can hold 4,000, but that's pushing it.
I don't really need to hold anything like that though in my
And
pockets.
now I just want to know what it would be like, how much comp,
It's
because I sell comp to my employees, right? So like when I'm doing it, like I can only pick up a certain amount, and then they can only hold a certain amount, so I have to like split it into their pockets most of the time. Like,
true.
but I just want to know what it'd be like to just pick up.
I'll say this.
10K.
This is the. I only have like what, another 7 days of this, 8 days, and I will not be renewing this.
Oh, at all, or?
Oh no, I just will not. I won't be renewing sponsor. Absolutely not. Unless they do another deal.
How come I can't deposit anything?
And then I'm not renewing anything, to be honest, right off the bat, because I'm not playing much, so I have no reason for much of the. You know what I'm saying?
Well, wait, how many jobs you got?
Oh fuck. Yeah, you right.
I completely forgot, my friend. Can I steal you? I'm just gonna yoink you.
Yeah, I'm not doing.
Oh. Okay. I just wanted to eavesdrop on them.
Yep, that's crazy shit going on there. You know what I mean?
100%. I also think it's the main reason why they're not giving that, why they don't want disclosure for a lot of the
Yeah.
lawsuits that would happen. We know that we've talked about that at great depth, but it's also like, yeah, we don't want you to know about any of the stuff we're working on. Not only do we want you to know about it, we don't want the Russians to know how far ahead we are in anti-gravity stuff. We don't want, China to know what's going on. And then you take that, everything else that's going on with like did you watch that stuff? Did you watch the Darcy Weir doc on the USOs about?
I watched part of it. It was too slow. But I watched him with you, and I watched. There's another video I saw of stuff. But I was telling you about the USO stuff before.
Yeah, you were, and it's funny because I knew that you had mentioned it, and we had talked about that these things were seen going into water, and then there's that one that you sent me not too long ago that I had seen where. And you know what? Maybe I'll play that. The one where
that was pretty cool too. It looks like the footage cut from Corbell's footage.
It looks like that's connected to it, right? Yeah. But this is the video that Peter sent me, and this is apparently a UFO that is going through the sky, and then it splits, goes into the water, or goes into the water first, and then splits into two, right? All right, here's that footage. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, and then you get videos like the triangle one that's very clear. You get the one like the potential CGI one of the jet flying past it that are very clear, and then you get the standard ones like that, which is like kind of blurry, but there's something going on. It's moving fast enough, and then it splits into two, and it goes into the freaking water. There's a lot of the theories and things that I think are more credible than others, but the USO stuff is the stuff to me that seems to me, if I had the type of technology that could go under the water and go into depths that these humans, let them try. Let them try to catch us under the water, idiots, right?
Well, we sent our best. We sent James Cameron. He didn't find anything.
But that, and they could barely go scratch the surface. And if these things can go as fast as they can, I think there's a lot more going on in the water. And we'll cover the thing that the Tim Gallaudet actually posted that article. It was funny. He posted it the day before we had aired our interview. And quite a lot of people covered the interview that we had with him because of the stuff that he was saying. And he said he knows people in the program. He knows these other, I love that fact that what he said is, I asked him point blank, would you testify? If they asked you, he didn't even hesitate, dude. He didn't even hesitate. So,
that one was pretty compelling when he was on your show, and he also doesn't strike me as a guy who's necessarily all in. He's just calling what he sees. There's an episode on remote viewing of the Y files that I watched that ultimately ends up with the remote viewer going and detecting a base underwater.
Oh, I've seen that one.
That one's pretty trippy, dude. Like that's what I think about. Like, because if you go with the theory that we are, another life form here on this planet, sharing it with them, or they seeded us, something like that, wouldn't you want to monitor it, even if it's just a few people? Like, and then where would you monitor from? Somewhere where they can't find you. You don't want like. That's what our scientists do. They cover themselves like in ghillie suits or whatever to go study wildlife.
Yeah, and it's like,
so it does play really well with that theory.
Yeah, it does, and it does get into a larger conversation that we'll have in just a little bit about just where we are, like you and I, as far as with information, with where we are as far as how it changes of the excitement and the possibilities, like from 1 minute to the next, of what potentially could happen. When's it going to happen? Who's leading the charge? Who's not leading the charge? Who's going to try to thwart the charge? Like there's all that stuff. So we'll get into it. We're going to have a conversation about it. And like I said, we're going to talk about the catastrophic disclosure portion of the fact that what would happen with the country disclosing first. We're going to discuss all that and more. But before we do, I wanted to let you guys know, as I let you guys know each and every week, the reason why we're able to do this show is because we have wonderful sponsors. And our sponsors keep us going, and you guys have been getting those sponsors. And when you get the sponsors, you support the show. So I'm going to tell you about two of them right now, both Mack Weldon and Vessi Footwear, who I love, both of them very much so. Here you go. Vessi. So, John, I got these new shoes. And they have like it's like rainwear. It's really it's incredible. I love. They sent it to me a while ago, but I'm so excited to tell them about them. Like for us, I want to tell you that Vessi has like this innovative. It's like footwear and it's designed for spring weather. Um, it's great. So Stormburst Vessis are the ones that I really want to kind of emphasize, and they're your go-to for every setting, city streets to outdoor adventures, enhancing your style and activity with ease. So you can, whether it's snowy trails, wet streets, morning dew walk. So whether you're facing unexpected snow or slippery paths, it's so crucial in general to have these. Like I'm planning a move. I've talked about this, but it's been raining a lot in LA, and I've been wearing my vesties everywhere. And I have, and you guys seen it. I've been wearing the one hoodie that I had that they sent me. I love it. It's one of my favorite things. I love these hoodies. I've worn it on in so many different videos. They have all weather, all occasion footwear from beach days to snowy commutes. They have so many different things. You should elevate your spring wardrobe when you travel with Vessi's Stormburst shoes. You can discover more at vessi.com/big thing. Get your pair today and get an automatic 15% off your first purchase at checkout and be ready to step out into style. It is great stuff. I love Vessi. Really enjoy Vessi. Let me tell you about Mack Weldon. Okay, so Mack Weldon in general, it is a really wonderful company. Because a lot of times you want something both ways, right? Me, you know that I lost weight, but I can't lose weight and keep firing down pizza. Can't do it because we always think that looking sharp means that you got to have these starchy, the Oxfords and the stiff chinos rather than the effortless comfort. It is possible to have it both ways. They have light as air underwear to innovative anti-odor tees and versatile yet comfortable pants. It is so great what Mack Weldon is doing. They have a full range of clothes, and I'm telling you, Florian, browse this site. You're going to lose your minds. It's the best. I'm always looking for the essentials in just like socks and underwear, and man, I got it. But then they sent me these pants. I have like the t-shirts are so smooth. I wear them. I'm just comfortably around the house, but I can also, if I'm going, I put on like a suit jacket the other day and I put it on with it, and then the pants fit perfectly. And I had some really comfortable sweatpants. Oh, really great. Okay, now peacocking. You guys are peacocking? That's for the birds. Now, some guys, you just want to go out there, you want to look good without calling attention to yourself. Mack Weldon Apparel gives you understated good looks for understated confidence. It's not flashy, just classic, always in style, and made from the world's most comfortable performance materials. What that means usually, performance fabric, usually means that clothes that look or feel techy or shiny, well, these are designed to fit your style and demands of modern life. So I just, I can't even tell you. Like this underwear is really comfortable. The sweatpants for me, I was wearing them the other day. I like ones that just feel like I can go out, whether I'm just walking the dog, but I don't feel like, oh my god, people are looking.
Honestly, I don't even know what to say about this whole UFO shit anymore.
Walking around the house in this, but it's stylish, man. Love it. Get timeless looks with modern comfort from Mack Weldon. But you got to go to MackWeldon.com. You can get 20% off, which is pretty great. Off your first order, but you got to use that code Big Thing. So head on over to MackWeldon.com and use that code Big Thing. All right, thank you to our friends over at Mack Weldon and Vessi. So excited to have both of them, and been working with them recently and have been so just blown back by both the footwear and the great clothes that they've been sending. It's fantastic. So go and check it out. You're going to love it. Links in the description, and as always, the pinned comment. All right, Peter, we talked about it, dude, when I started this, is that let's talk about this story, about this, the India story.
Yeah.
And then we'll kind of lead into where we think this can go with disclosure and all that. This is from UFO Secrecy posted this from the Daily Mail. And UFO Secrecy is a shout out to India. Senior Indian police officials reported UFOs that made baffling zigzag movements. UFOs spotted near Kudankulam nuclear power plant over 10 times in August, police said. One officer, an engineer by training, videotaped 2 separate UFO incidents. The roughly dozen or so incidents all involved apparent craft loitering oddly near the nuclear plant at the southern tip of the subcontinent, and the Madras Atomic Power Station near the Kalpakkam along the country's east coast. Police Sub-Inspector Syed Abdul Qadir, assigned to the technical wing of the service's Tirunelveli office, an hour's drive north of the Kudankulam nuclear plant, told UFO expert Sabir Hussain he had filmed 2 videos of unusual airborne phenomena. Said the way it stood still, the way it made zigzag moments, and the speed in which it disappeared, Qadir told reporters for the English language Indian daily DT Next all were different. Confirming his conversations with Hussain, Qadir told DT Next that he had personally spotted UFOs near the southern coast town of Kudankulam since 2020. Says after meeting UFO tracker Sabir and discussing with him, he told the paper, "I am more than 100% sure that what I saw were UFOs." This goes into a bigger conversation, man, because like when we started talking about it on this show, we talked about the stuff that happened in Russia. We talked about Japan. We talked about China. We talked about, all South Africa. We talked about all these different places that have seen them over and over and over again. And here's another one now from India, which, Peter, goes to the larger conversation, man. Like, they talked about it in the Soul videos, that a version of what catastrophic disclosure could be is if for a while, long time, 70, 80 years now, where the U.S. has been good at keeping close to the vest of what we have, other countries have been doing the same. But the question is, who will be the first to decide it's time to disclose now? Do you think that this is a real thing that is going to happen first? And will the U.S. be the first, if to disclose at all? If anybody does, do you think that they'll be the first to do it, or do you think it's going to be another country?
If I had to bet money on it, I would take the field, right? Everybody else but the U.S. being the first. Especially if you're considering like the major superpowers, right? Like if one of those countries, I can't see if everything that we've discussed is a possibility where, we have a military-industrial complex that would thrive off of some kind of technology like this. Why would you disclose it, even if it was the case that there was both NHI and our tech that's advanced so much? I do think that a country, it's not, by the way, it's not the country themselves saying this, but it is probably what will happen, which is publications start to bubble up in more and more credible places until finally the government has to acknowledge it. And once a state actor acknowledges it, then I think at that point the snowball effect happens. Although we had what's his face from Canada, I forget what his role in Canada was, that guy, like the former head of whatever it was, talking about all this information. So it's like you're getting it almost from everywhere except here.
Yeah, but it's also, you're getting it, but in the same way that you're getting other people, because it's when you get it from someone that it's legit, like not legit's not the right word, but when you get it from somewhere where they're hitting major news publications, and it's one of these things, I'm telling you, I know that I make a big thing out of it every week, but like once you have these stories that just pop, like, look, say what you will about us not knowing what the Havana Syndrome is, right? 60 Minutes just covered it, and they did like a full special on it. That's more than a lot of the stuff that's happening with the things that we've been covering here. And if a major outlet is covering like that, it brings attention to it, and it gets more people going, what is that? It gets people talking about it on social media, because 60 Minutes is an outlet. It's a respected outlet, respected program that you get it out there. And that's where, isn't that where Russ Coldhart was? He was at 60 Minutes, wasn't he? I think so.
I don't remember exactly, but I would assume that if you're seeing specials like that on News Nation, it's going to only increase the conversation. News Nation on 60 Minutes, it's only going to increase conversation.
Yeah, and that's on that particular thing. Now, that's not, now 60 Minutes doesn't, just to be clear, 60 Minutes doesn't link the Havana Syndrome to UAPs. Right. That is the stuff that comes with theories and other people, and then they asked Lou Elizondo about it before that program aired, and he said he really couldn't comment on it. And he said that, so people, of course, from that started speculating on it more. And I should say,
I fucking hate that.
On talking about the countries,
I can't comment on something that's very important.
Apparently, he's got a book coming out. We know that, but and I don't know. It looked like it. They said it is officially launching.
They make us buy books and movies and shit just to figure out what the fuck is going on. I saw that mention.
The question is that, and then someone asked if it was really his, and he didn't respond. But it would be interesting if he started his own channel, because you gotta get a better camera though.
Yeah, he's always like in some. It's like he's in some bunker.
Yeah.
It's so strange. I do think, man, I keep going back and forth. I'm like, would they let Lou Elizondo come out and talk all about this stuff if they didn't want him talking about it?
Right.
And then, so is Lou Elizondo some kind of operative?
That was our whole episode last week. That was our whole episode. Huh? Our whole episode was.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And so, if he's not an operative, how much can he really say? Is he trying to seed things so that, like breadcrumbs, is this going to be some giant, like, mystery campaign where we're all figuring out what he's really talking about? Either way, it's a strange thing to me. And to tie it back to what we're talking about with the different countries, Lou Elizondo will broadcast to the globe, and someone will watch the video in a different country, and it might get them to start talking about it. And if by now our government hasn't come out and said something, either Lou Elizondo is the ambassador for disclosure, or any other.
Or he's
it's
a clown.
Gonna be another country besides ours, because I don't think you're going to get a better way to disclose it little by little than having some kind of like story time with Uncle Lou on YouTube once a week.
Well, that was the one thing, man, is that people go, well, how come other countries don't just come out and say it then if U.S. is being so sneaky about it? It's like, well, maybe they feel the same way. And maybe there's some kind of agreement or whatever it might be, but there's also
maybe that's all a lie. Nobody knows anything. None of this is true.
Russia would right away.
We just have a bunch of secret technology that we don't want the other person to know about.
And then the U.S. will, yeah, tell us what you got. Sure, disclose.
Right.
Yeah, tell us exactly what you got. What else do you have? Let us know. And and then they don't want to say anything because they're like, well, if we do this big disclosure thing and we tell people that we have indeed found this and we're working on that, then we're giving up information.
Yeah.
So
and then you can blame them for things, right?
Yeah.
You can blame them for obscuring, and also if you're just trying to draw information out of the U.S. and you admit to something that doesn't exist and U.S. knows it, then you just admit to what you don't know. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. I'm really stumped on this one, to be honest with you. But I would believe there would be another country. The other thing is, someone mentioned, I forgot who mentioned this, that part of the reason why there might be so much difficulty with the United States disclosing this is because of the amount of people in high positions who believe this is, somewhat tied to their religion and biblical angels and demons stuff. Other countries don't have that necessarily. Like, they don't have that kind of structure in place that would at least give them pause when considering that connection. So I could see that as a reason that they would come more freely there. And that was what Lou Elizondo said one time, that there are people in high ranks who believe these are like biblical demons.
Right. And it does. Yeah, I've heard that. But I mean, religion though has been around way before the States though too. And it's like, so there's a lot of people that I think might feel that exact way, especially in who knows, because the Vatican is tied to this thing too.
Yeah.
So who knows what their ultimate belief is in it. I don't know. And it goes back to that conversation though of, we go through this, and I think you've been on the show and we've talked about it. I go back and forth. I mean, you and Riley talked about it at this one point. I go back and forth to where I think, okay, as I asked Tim Gallaudet, will we see disclosure in our lifetime? And he was adamant. He was like, yes, we will. I go back and forth of whether or not I think that it's just going to be, because there are things that we're covering today, and there are things that I think are important that we're talking about. But I will say, since that Arrow report, it does seem like it has slowed things down. Not from the people who are trying to get the information out there, not from the people, but like News Nation and The Hill, they were covering this thing 3 times a day. I haven't seen a freaking piece except since I think there was 1 or 2 that came out when the Arrow report maybe came out, or there was.
Because they're a news station. They're not the alien station.
That was interesting, but for the most part, nothing. They've been silent on it. So what do you think's happening right now? Do you think that it'll change at all in the summer? Will there be some reports? Will there be some more hearings? What do you think's going to happen?
I really think it's like a 3 steps forward, 2 steps back thing. So in other words, like, we're still moving forward, just not as quickly as it looks sometimes. And so, I think every time a new story pops off and it gets wider mainstream attention, you get a little bit more people looking into it more regularly. So over time, I feel like that creates a critical mass of people who just want to know stuff, right? Like, our government is always reactionary. They don't take the initial step, in big civil liberties movements, for example. They wait till the people have boiled over and then they react. So I think it's going to be something like that. It's going to need to be either some really damning document, some really credible witness, or some really like undeniable piece of video or photographic evidence that gets the whole thing, to move. But I do think you and me will see
I
it. I
don't
mean,
think
you're a pro,
videos
so I
and
mean, so
photos
maybe
are
like
going to do it
I'll see
anymore.
disclosure in my lifetime, probably.
Not by
We need a
much, but-
presentation.
So there's yeah. So I agree with you though. I
We need to
think
see it
that
with our eyes.
it
Fuck
is-
that.
It is it's a struggle, right? It's a struggle with what everybody is working on and what a lot of these people, the heavy players, are really working towards. Because you look at Chuck Schumer, look at rounds, by the way. And that's what we'll get into. Let's talk about rounds real quick, because Matt Laszlo, who's been just crushing it lately,
Yeah.
he is someone who has been reporting
Jesus.
on this a lot. He is the one guy that's like really he's kind of dug in Washington, and every single time he's got a shot to ask some of these big wigs that are dealing with this stuff in Washington, he does. And he got a chance to talk to Rounds, and here's the article. All right, ask a poll here. Senator Rounds asked on the Pentagon response to UAPs. If it's ours, they may not want to address it, what Rounds says. Here's a picture of it. So Matt Laszlo over at Ask a Poll. I'm going to play this audio for you guys. So this is another one. Here is Mike Rounds talking to Ask a Poll.
Like, how worried are you that we still are having these sightings over sensitive U.S. military?
Let me share. Look, I sit on armed services, I sit on intel. I care about the UAP issues, okay? As near as I can tell, based on everything I've been able to glean so far, the biggest concern that we should have is either our very sensitive programs being opened up, or other countries' very sensitive programs being actively engaged. Both of which would be of concern to me. So far, it's a matter of let's make sure that we don't disclose what we actually have capabilities for in our investigations. Second of all, if there are some items out there that are not ours, where are those capabilities coming from? Which other country may very well have them, and what are we doing to counter them? Those are there's always the possibility that we haven't figured out where all of this stuff is coming from. If we can't answer them, those are the two things that I worry about, is that we either expose one of our very sensitive programs, or we've got an adversary who's got a very unique one that we haven't been able to explain.
But with the Pentagon having a nearly $1 trillion budget, like, how do they not address this? How's this been a
Well, if
persistent
it's
problem?
ours, they may not want to address it.
Fair.
Okay, so when you hear that, that's exactly what we were just talking about, Peter, right? It's like it's that, and he says this, look, if this is ours, they're not going to want to address it. It's and that's what we're saying. It's like, stop sniffing around and stop putting this stuff out there, because if we do, we're going to have to disclose all the stuff that we have to the other countries here, and they're looking for us to do it, and they're waiting because now you guys have been putting so much pressure on us to disclose, and now we do, and guess what? Now because we did, now Russia knows what we have, now China knows what we have, and just because you guys wanted to know if things are floating around in space, and that's probably, a lot of people thinking that particular way. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what he said when it comes to the idea of it, where they don't want to tell people what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, the only two things I can ever think about when it's like, why would they not want to disclose it? If it's limited to our advanced technology that we developed on our own, then there's your reason. They don't want to disclose it because they don't want to share it, right? If it's that there actually is some kind of NHI and they still don't want to disclose it, well, then I think of three-body problem, no spoilers, which is like, there's something we can't, control. We have no response for it. And also we don't want to freak people out. Those are the only two legit options,
Right.
that I could see for if it is non-human intelligence and if it's not.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you look at more information. Will it come out? from any of this, and it is why I get more doubtful because of the particulars of what he just said. It's that they do not want it to come out. They don't, and they're doing everything that they can. Whatever, and I'm not saying whatever. When I say they don't want it to come out, whatever the information is,
Right.
they don't want that information out, and they're doing everything that they can. Whether it's getting people like Mike Turner or whatever it is, stop that thing, gut that thing. That's going to that's going to give them too much information, and we're going to be in trouble here. And they found a way. They found a way to make it kind of, go kaputs in the same way that they had the Project Blue Book for years was saying, no, tell everybody, no. And if we have this and we tell it's essentially what Arrow is, I think now, right? It seems like Arrow is the new. That's what people say anyway. But
they call it Blue Book 2.0.
Yes. And speaking of Blue Book, Alan Hynek was like the main guy. And so if you know about him, he was someone who was put in charge of Blue Book. And then after all the investigations that he did, he said, something ain't right. You see, I'm supposed to be saying that this is nothing to see here, but there are some legit cases. And then he went on the opposite side of it and made it a mission. He was one of the advisors on Close Encounters of the Third Kind with Steven Spielberg. But he had just made it a mission to try to get to the truth of it all. Well, we have a chance to have his son, Paul Hynek, on the show. And our on-the-grounds reporter himself, Pavel, had an opportunity to sit down with Paul Hynek, and they really got into it. A lot of great questions. And we are going to show you guys that one right now. And before we do, I do want to tell you about both Nutrafol and Roan, and then we'll get to the interview. Here you go. All right. I love getting you guys good deals.
Oh, you little fucker.
Roan. There's so much pain in trying to find what to wear, whether it's uncomfortable, it's tight, it's never your size. It's
futurist author. Thank you, Christian. It's an honor for me to sit down for a few minutes with Mr. Paul Hynek, professor of finance and accounting at Pepperdine University, entrepreneur, futurist, author, writer, consultant, and UFO researcher, who is also known for being the son of the father of ufology, Dr. J. Allen Hynek. How are you, Professor? How's it going?
I'm great. Thank you, Pavel. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I guess I would like you to speak a little bit on the Contact in the Desert event. I understand you're going to be a speaker there. What are you going to be talking about? And what is Contact in the Desert for those who don't know?
Contact in the Desert is one of my favorite conferences. It's, each conference has its own kind of flavor or angle. And Contact in the Desert leans into science, not just UFOs, but other related topics in AI, etc. I'll be giving 3 presentations, moderating a panel on 2 other panels, and then behind a curtain for a secret demonstration. I'll talk about Ufology 101, which is sort of a primer for the, let's say, UFO curious. And I'll give another presentation on how to demonstrate the objective reality of your encounter so that you can demonstrate that they are real. And my other presentation will be, I call it Bitcoin astronomy, which is the nexus between UFOs,
and Bitcoin.
And Bitcoin.
No way.
So you also, I understand you were, or I don't know if you still are, a journalist, a tech journalist, right? A freelance. You've written a lot of articles.
Can everybody see between the lines with the ship?
I've written some articles. I wouldn't call myself a journalist.
Okay. But you have written articles, and you also
Just money-hungry fuckers.
Called the UFO Technology Handbook.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, about potential propulsion techniques that spaceships could use.
Because I've been talking about this for a while now on my personal channel. And I did speak to Nick Cook. You know who he is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he told me that he hit a dead end in terms of propulsion technology because he has the famous book, The Hunt for Zero Point. Do you concur that this anti-gravitic technology everyone talks about, is that possible or could it be real?
It's certainly possible, and I've worked with my brother and a friend of ours on trying to create essentially an anti-gravity machine. So far, without success.
Okay.
But in general, Pavel, I am not. Well, I'm skeptical of the possibility of extraterrestrials from other planets visiting us on Earth. I lean more towards an interdimensional hypothesis.
Yeah, because there are many hypotheses. I've tried to read and catch up to all the other ones, but I do agree with you that the extraterrestrial hypothesis is the least likely. And I think it's really interesting, though. This is not a nice segue. Uh, how Arrow has uh, spoken about this on their report, this specific term of ET. What do you make of that report from Arrow and how they use that specifically? It seemed deliberate, right?
Yeah, I really don't care what the US government says or does regarding either UFOs or cryptocurrency. They are a bad faith, corrupt central actor that does not have the interests of citizens in mind. They have engaged for many years in active disinformation efforts, and so I don't trust, nor am I very much interested in what the government says or does.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you too on that. It's kind of, I think it's kind of funny to me that uh, there's this wave of people that want us to trust the government with this. Given all the history they have, it's really rich, I think.
And, you know, I've done this role play at UFO conferences where people are very much interested in, and let's say, believe in UFOs. And I'll say, let's do a role play. Pretend we are all the top brass of the United States Air Force. And we have gathered here today to decide whether we are going to disclose the information that we have. All of us in this room, we know everything. Where the bodies are, the crashed saucers, we have all the information. And we have these subpoenas telling us we need to release this information. Now, in a minute, we'll take a vote as to whether we should release this information.
I don't think that's how that works.
I'll tell you my attitude. General Hynek. No goddamn way am I going to release this information. I don't care what subpoenas there are. I don't care who the politicians are. I don't care about the Constitution. I joined the Air Force for full spectrum dominance, not compliance. It's my job to be on that wall. You want me on that wall to protect us. And I'm not going to let some pasty-faced pencil pusher on Capitol Hill tell me what to do. I am not going to release this information to the Chinese and the Russians. Okay, now let's take a vote. Who wants to disclose our secrets? And very few, if any, hands will go up.
Yeah.
That's the attitude that we're fighting against. And I don't believe that the Air Force should disclose this information. It's not their job to lessen our dependence on fossil fuel. It's not their job to advance civilization. It's their job to kick ass. And that's it. That's what I want them to do. So that's why I think we may be waiting for a long time for the type of disclosure that we see in movies.
Yeah, and also, well, given all that I've tried to read, all the hypotheses and all that, I think disclosure kind of already has been happening for decades.
Yeah, a lot of people consider it a process as opposed to an event.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Do you agree?
Well, again, I don't really care what they say or do. But let's say that they do want to disclose. It's much more difficult than it used to be. 30, 40 years ago, here in the U.S., you'd have a journalist like Walter Cronkite narrate live video of a flying saucer landing on the lawn of the White House. Everybody believes it. But now, if the Biden administration releases this information, the Republicans don't believe it, and vice versa. So it's a very difficult proposition for them, even if they do have the information and want to disclose it.
We need the president
Yeah.
to come out and say it.
So, I wanted to ask you, like,
That's what we
something
need.
a little bit more personal from your time growing up next to Dr. Hynek. Uh, was this topic ever strange or uncommon for you and your family growing up? How did everyone in your family take it? Is it more normal than it could be for the rest of us?
Well, Pavel, however you grow up is normal to you until you're older and you look back at it and you tell your friends, oh, we did this. But I don't know a life without UFOs. We had flying saucer ornaments on the Christmas tree. We had UFO people from the Air Force or witnesses coming over for dinner all the time. And it was something that we talked about it quite often. And it was just part of our upbringing. So it was quite normal to us and fascinating. And we thought it was great.
I can only imagine, like, you went through something a little bit similar, not at all, but not completely, but to what the Bledsoe family is going. I would think, because they also have been around the topic their entire lives. I
Yeah.
think you went through something similar, right?
Yeah, and now I go to conferences and do TV, etc. I've done a lot of public speaking, but before it was about making movies like Avatar or some other tech topic. But there really is no topic in life that I'm more familiar with than UFOs.
And also, you seem still excited talking about it, even though you have been doing it for decades. That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, this is an inexhaustible supply of fascination.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so uh, with your father, Dr. J. Allen Hynek, he was the director of projects Sign, Grudge, and Blue Book. Uh, you've seen, I'm sure, online how uh, people have tried to compare what your father was doing during that time before he uh, revealed himself to be a believer of whatever this intelligence is. And there have been many comparisons with what Dr. Kirkpatrick is doing right now. What would you say to that, to the people that try to compare both and how they're
I
doing?
wouldn't say he was a believer, but he went from being a debunker and a skeptic to somebody who accepted the weight of the data. It's a little bit different for a scientist. They don't typically say the word believe, right? Um, and I just don't know enough about Mr. Kirkpatrick to know how he might be like my father or not.
Okay, that makes sense. Uh, with that in mind, though, is there anything about your father that people may have misunderstood? Do you think?
Well, because I often talk about my father in the context of UFOs, people see him as a UFO guy. He didn't see himself that way. He was a professor and he loved communicating about science and astronomy. He was an astrophysicist and an astronomer. That's how he self-identified. So at home, like we talked about UFOs, but it wasn't all the time. UFOs were kind of a late in life side gig for him. So people think of him as all consumed by UFOs. And indeed, he spent a lot of time on it, but it wasn't his core passion, which was just simply astronomy.
Yeah. You've already given me what you think about this disclosure effort, but I still feel the need to ask you about what people like David Grush, Ryan Graves, David Fravor are doing. What is your opinion on what they are trying to do as people from the military? Because I know that you and I do not expect the government to bring about
Right.
disclosure, but what they have done, I think it has value. What's your take on what they have done?
Sure. I applaud them coming forward with their accounts because it's one thing for some dusty document to come to light and it to be released online. It's quite another for an Air Force pilot to say, I saw something that cannot be explained by my understanding of our physics, and I want people to know about it. Or I saw something in a hangar that I wasn't supposed to see, or etc. It's very compelling, and I'm very happy that they're doing that.
Okay. And I understand you were a consultant for the Blue Book show.
Yes.
I was so excited when that show came out, I gotta say.
Mm.
I think it's really top notch sci fi for my taste. I've been a movie and TV shows addict for my entire life, so especially sci fi. How was that process? How did you live through that time? Because I'm guessing you must have been really excited to be participating in something like that.
Well, my brother Joel and I learned about the show that was being made, um, and reached out to the production team, and they were happy to get us involved and hire us as consultants. And this show was being made with or without us, and so we had a family discussion, and we thought, well, look, if we can get involved and not control it, but influence it to some degree, that's better than if we have no involvement. And for the record, I'll say it's not creepy at all to have the super villain from Game of Thrones play your TV father. He turned out to be a very nice guy, as
Yeah.
was the woman who played my mom and Michael Malarkey and the whole cast. And often when you're a consultant on a movie or TV show, that means that the production entity will call you when they have a question. But in this case, since both my brother and I have a lot of experience in Hollywood, they gave us all the scripts to read in advance, and we could give them input. I visited the set several times and did publicity tours with the cast.
I'm not trying
So
to
we
hear
were
this
really
shit.
integrated with the production of the show and made a lot of input in the show and became friends with the cast and the crew of the show.
One part of that show's storyline that I think it's really interesting was a part of when uh, the late President Kennedy was still a senator, and he was speaking to Dr. Hynek and his partner. What of those exchanges could be perceived as more accurate in your view as a consultant of the
It's
show?
a good question. And in general, the show is very clear in saying that they are striving for authenticity, not accuracy. And I think you picked up on that message. Um, Specifically regarding encounters with Kennedy, I don't know. Um, One of the things that's interesting is I've learned so much about my parents after they passed away that they never said. I think a lot of people from that generation just wouldn't start a conversation saying, "Hey, did I tell you about the time I talked to President Kennedy?" They just wouldn't bring it up. And it's in reading about him or hearing stories that I learned a lot of these things that I didn't know before.
And well, I speaking of those things that they don't talk about much, but I gotta ask about this because I think it's a fascinating subject. The whole concept of the invisible college,
Hmm.
which is a concept that was coined and created first in the late 1600s, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
But your
right.
father was the one who continued with that tradition. What can you tell us? Any details you can tell us that you know about that, even if you didn't learn them directly from your father, maybe later
Yeah.
too?
So it was my father and his longtime friend and collaborator, Jacques Vallée, who realized that there were a lot of mainstream scientists, especially astronomers, who privately were very open or leaned into the idea that we might have some type of alien visitors. And my father liked to call them meta-terrestrials, as opposed to exclusively extraterrestrials. So meta-terrestrial, meaning that they're not from Earth as we know it, which is a much broader spectrum than just from another planet. And so Jacques and my father were very sensitive and understanding that scientists couldn't publicly reveal their stance. And indeed, I have copies of letters between Arthur C. Clarke and my father, where Arthur C. Clarke tells my father that publicly I cannot speak in support of UFOs, but privately I'll tell you I very much appreciate and respect your outlook, Dr. Hynek, on UFOs. And so Jacques and my father felt it was important to kind of create an intellectual safe space for them to share their feelings and their outlook without being disclosed publicly.
Okay, and
I'm not
what do you
getting
know
anything
about
out of this
the
fucking interview.
Rosicrucianism, that, which is also another tradition, but I understand your father and Dr. Valet were part of it too. Is that right?
Yeah. You know, people tend to think of my father, and, you know, as scientists are portrayed in TV and movies, and not just Project Blue Book, they're often, because for one part, you need to have a knowledgeable voice, but you can't bring in a new expert every episode. So typically, what they'll do is make a scientist who's a smart person know everything about science, and also kind of almost become like Dr. Spock from Star Trek, where they're always talking about that's not logical, I cannot compute. And logic is not a word my father would use a lot. He's a physicist. It would talk about viable or likely. And so my father, although he wasn't a dogmatically religious man, he did have Rosicrucian leanings. And indeed, after he passed away, one of the Rosicrucian tenets is to not disturb the body for 3 days. So we honored that wish.
Okay.
And he also was very interested in Rudolf Steiner, and the Theosophy movement.
Yeah, I know that well. I am actually, I do have my own investigation in my channel that has a lot to do with the universal language, is what I call it, which Steiner spoke about it plenty. Itzhak Bentov spoke about it in an indirect manner, and I find it fascinating. I wish I could go more deeply into topics like this. But
I
I
have a
do.
little a funny story for you, Pavel. So I
Yeah.
went to graduate school at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia, and I lived in the dorm on
You said a funny
campus.
story. Better be funny.
And that dorm was right down the street from a restaurant called the White Dog Cafe. And it's a row house, and it's a lovely restaurant, one of my favorite restaurants. And it's the former house of Madame H.P. Blavatsky, who was a pioneer in theosophy. And it's called the White Dog because in the late 1800s, she was diagnosed with gangrene. And the doctors told her they would need to amputate her leg. And she said, fancy that. I'll not have my leg enter the spirit world before me. And she credited sleeping with her white dog as having cured her. So that's why the restaurant is named the White Dog.
That's an amazing story. Thank you. Yeah, it does. That's, I guess that's like the ultimate search, the ultimate question one wants answered, right? What happens after we die?
You're absolutely right. I mean, what are the biggest questions to face mankind? Is there life after death? And then is there life elsewhere? And are they coming to see us? And why? But those are, and then maybe what's the meaning of life? I think those are the top 3 questions for mankind. And so my father, he felt his job was to push mainstream science, the borders of scientific understanding, a little bit farther out, and to take a flashlight and to illuminate those sort of dark corners. And so he worked for quite a while on one of those super important questions.
And you told me that you believed more in the interdimensional
Yes.
hypothesis. Can you please expand more on that? And because I think there are more than one interdimensional hypothesis. One is
Oh, yes. Yes.
one is more religious, and there are others that are more scientific. Where do you land on
So I
that?
would say mine is psychedelic.
Oh
No.
my God.
I was asked by a friend of mine who crash landed tardigrades on the moon one day where my father thought UFOs came from. And I said, well, as a scientist, he was very comfortable saying the weight of the evidence suggests that something is happening, but where they come from, that's sort of beyond a scientist's knowledge base. But my father would say that, as we've talked about, the extraterrestrial hypothesis, it doesn't seem that likely. It seems a little bit sloppy, and maybe it's interdimensional or time travel. Who knows? So my friend said, "Whoa, you need to read a book called Alien Information Theory." And I said, "Alien Information Theory? That's maybe the sexiest book title ever. Of course I'll read it. What's it about?" And my friend said, "Well, it's by a neuroscientist named Andrew Gallimore, who believes that the experiences people have under the influence of DMT, the most powerful psychedelic drug in the world, one variant being known as ayahuasca, are actually real experiences in some other kind of dimension." And I said, "Oh, you mean, so my dad thought UFOs may come from another dimension, and DMT is thought by some to be a ticket to another dimension? In the interest of science, I need to try that."
Yeah, actually, my channel has a lot to do with that. It's called Psicoactivo. It means psychoactive in English, and that's how I named my channel because I also believe much of this. And I think that the Imperial London College is doing a
Yeah,
mapping of a place through DMT. Is that
yeah,
correct?
they're trying to map the topography. And so I become fascinated by DMT. And so that's why one of my talks at Contact in the Desert is the nexus of UFOs, DMT, and Bitcoin.
Oh my
What the
God.
fuck does
I never done that specifically, but I did delve into many psychedelics back in the day, and I can sense that I which I mentioned already, that universal language, which it keeps coming to my mind, and it just essentially it's not really that difficult to understand, but it is difficult to practice because I think it has to do with empathy towards others, it has to do with trying to always put yourself in the shoes of another person whenever
Mhm.
that person is going through something very difficult. And I think that these substances help uh, reach that goal quicker. But I think also that alongside the UFO topic, psychedelics have been stigmatized for decades since the 60s, and I don't think that's a coincidence because at that time, the one thing that was putting people off from going to war and killing others were psychedelics, and was the whole psychedelic movement. And
Yeah.
I think I don't know why I feel that if that hadn't happened, we would have possibly had a better chance at evolving our minds.
Yeah,
Uh,
well, I'm sure you're familiar with the stoned ape theory, that
yes,
our early ancestors, by dint of psilocybin and perhaps other substances, really took a big step forward in our evolution. And yeah, I completely agree with you. Fortunately, here in the United States, which is often very regressive, there is a sort of resurgence of clinical prestige regarding psychedelics,
Dr.
and a
Rick
lot of
Doblin.
studies coming out showing the therapeutic benefits of supervised and therapeutic use of psychedelics.
Yeah, but Paul Stamets is doing a lot of work there.
Yep, Paul Stamets is a hero of mine.
Yeah, Dr. Rick Doblin too, but he's
Hmm.
doing it with MDMA if I'm not
Yep.
mistaken. So yeah, that's really exciting. I do think that it's still too expensive for regular folk, but I'm glad they're doing a lot of advancements there, and I
Yeah,
think
and DMT is actually not expensive at all. It just needs a better marketing agency because it's relatively unknown. And for my money, the best and most fascinating substance there is.
yeah. Um, and also, I wanted to ask you about the because I was speaking last week. I did an interview with Professor Simon Holland, who broke the news that SETI found ET images or images from another star system, and they're trying to decode them right now. But he was told from a person from EU SETI that this happened, and I was very curious to hear that in the US there's like a lot of the top brass and politicians and elites who are very scared of investigating stuff like this because of their religious beliefs. And
Yes.
I guess that has a lot to do with another interdimensional hypothesis, right? What do you think about that?
Well, it's a very good point, Pavel. Lou Elizondo mentioned that also, that when he was circulating reports that he'd written, his superiors would sometimes just dismiss it because it wasn't consistent with their religious beliefs. And I think, I don't want to get too far afield here, but I think it's a very real problem that we have these people that are very dogmatic. There's a quote often attributed to Richard Feynman that my father quite liked and that I like as well, that there are two kinds of people in the world. The first kind are okay if they have questions they cannot answer. The second kind are not okay if you question their answers. And it breaks the world into two types. And if you're really interested in the UFO phenomena, and especially if you haven't had a deeply personal experience, you by definition have to be comfortable with a lot of questions you cannot answer, like the way we've been talking. It could be extraterrestrial, or that could be part of it. We don't know. And for a lot of people though, they're uncomfortable because they say, well, yeah, I know there's evidence. I know
Are you saying something?
the Navy has said that there are UFOs, but I don't know where they come from or why they come here or what they eat. And they just shut down and won't think about it anymore. It's an awkward intellectual resting point to lean into a phenomena, whichever phenomena, and say, yeah, I think something's happening, but I don't know what. And I think it's dangerous that in the US we have this gene in our makeup that predisposes us to be very dogmatic and very and this is the truth, this is the reality, and I won't listen to anything else. And I think it's a growing risk for us.
Yeah, I agree. And also, I think that maybe, I don't know, uh, what ways do you see uh, this message or getting people to understand that this is very real? Because I see that the large majority of people who consume media in America are not even interested in this. Many of them get weirded out. And
Yeah.
I guess what Christian and I are trying to do, along with Mark Riley and many other channels that are new to this, is trying to bring the information to people and helping them, or maybe help them understand that it's real. We honestly, I don't think there's anyone specifically who knows what it is, or if it's many things, but at least maybe help get some of that stigma out and that weirdness that comes when you hear something that scares you, right? What do you think about that?
Well, good for you. For a lot of people,
He said, "Good for you,
their
motherfucker."
concern is paying rent and putting food on the table. And this topic, more than likely than not, is not going to affect that. So it's just something that is cool to think about, but what can I do? It's not going to help me. And those people, more power to them. Do what you need to do to get by. For those who have some extra bandwidth to devote to something like this, that's so ineffable and ephemeral, yeah, I think it's very nice for them to be able to come across a podcast like yours of a honest interlocutor trying to find the truth. And I sense that you don't really have a horse in this race. You just want to find the truth. And I think people, by doing that, you can welcome people into this. And you're not wearing a tinfoil hat. You're not doing some kind of special salute. So I think you can help people come along the UFO curious and lean more into the phenomenon.
What do you think? Just a couple of more questions, though. I wanted to ask you about this idea that there's people who believe this technology was already cracked and it's being used for black projects, and people who think it hasn't been cracked yet, and but they're trying to, but they haven't yet.
Right.
Because your book is a lot about new tech, right?
Yeah.
And what do you think there's any truth to that, or do you think it still hasn't been cracked?
I don't know, but I would say if some entity in the U.S., whether it's military branch or a three-letter government agency, has essentially cracked key alien technology, had they done that, I think they would be speaking English in Beijing and Moscow by now. I just don't see that we sit on that and continue to feel threats from other countries. No, like I said, they're here for full spectrum dominance, and they're not going to sit by if they have the best technology ever. They're going to want to use it, and not in a limited way, but to achieve dominance before another country can achieve dominance, let's say through terrestrial AI.
Okay. And I have one last question. We could cut this out if you feel that
I'm
we
good.
can cut it out, but I'm going to ask it. Is there anything that you maybe haven't shared with the world about your father's work that you may want to share with the audience that you haven't shared yet? That you can share, obviously, because I guess there's a lot of stuff that maybe you don't feel comfortable
It's an
sharing.
interesting question. I don't know. After Project Blue Book, my father was pretty open. Um, and I don't really feel I don't have a security clearance, so I have no limitations on what I can say, perhaps limitations on what I can see. Um, but there's not really any burning thing that I'd like people to know that we haven't disclosed, my siblings and I, about our father. I mean, he was a little Czech boy in Chicago who didn't speak English until school, who at the age of 7 decided he wanted to be an astronomer, followed his passion his whole life, and along the way a funny thing happened and he got drawn up in UFOs and did his best to push us closer to an answer.
All right. Thank you so much for that.
Piece of shit.
We're gonna leave it here, but before that, I would like to thank you, Professor Heineck, for giving us your time. It was a really nice conversation. We hope it's not the last time we speak. I hope you enjoyed yourself because I certainly did. I wanted you to tell the people where they can find you and what you have going on right now that they can look forward to.
Ah, sure, thank you, and it has been great, Pavel. Um, I have a pretty anemic social media footprint, but I guess the easiest place to find me is on Twitter or X, just Paul Hynek.
All right, and you're gonna be on that Contact on the Desert.
Yes,
What are
I'll
the
be at
dates?
Contact in the Desert,
What are the dates of that? I'm sorry.
May 29th through June 3rd.
All right, and you're gonna give it many talks or just?
Yeah, several talks and several panels.
All right, where is that exactly?
It's in Palm Desert, which is about 2 hours east of Los Angeles.
All right. So for anybody who wants to go,
It's a great conference.
I'm guessing there are tickets still. So we're
I
gonna
think
leave.
so. And
We're
it's
gonna leave
all
everything.
in one hotel. Everybody's all together. At any one time, there are 7 different talks and panels going on.
All right. I'm
Jesus.
guessing there are still tickets. So I'm gonna leave the links in the description for
Mhm.
everyone who wants to do it. Thank you, Dr. Professor Hynek, for your time. I'll see you soon, and yeah, have a great rest of your week.
Thank you, Pavel. Enjoyed it.
Have a good one.
All right. Thank you to Pavel, and thank you to Paul Hynek for joining us on the show today. A lot of great stuff there that Pavel got. So make sure that you leave your comments, click those like buttons. There was a lot of great stuff that he got there. So And also, thank you to both Roan and to Nutrafol, all of our sponsors. They're in the description of the video, and they're always the pinned comment. All right, Peter, I think, my man, that's the majority of what we have here today. We got a lot covered. We got a great interview. We have a lot of the things that have happened with disclosure with other countries. I think you and I are both on the same page that I think that that's probably how it's going to happen. Someone's going to leak something. I think that's the big thing, right? Someone's going to leak something huge.
Yeah.
And I feel either you or me, one of us is going to text the other one. It's going to be like 3 a.m. And it's going to be like, dude, turn on.
You have permission, by the way. You have permission to wake my ass up. If you find out something like that and I haven't texted you first, repeat. Hit the button where it says silent. He has it on silent, but wake his ass up anyway.
Yeah, for real. It's like, I'm telling you, I think that's where it's going to come down to. It's just like, it's going to be one of those things where we're going to be just checking our phones and something big's going to drop. Now, whatever that is. Now, we thought it was the jellyfish thing.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was about to say the last time I felt like that was the jellyfish. But, dude, let's look on the silver lining here, which is that there are more moments that are close to that than ever before.
Well, yeah, look at the stuff that James Fox is talking about.
That's what I'm saying.
In his documentary, like, James Fox has dropped some crazy stuff in the past, and like, what's he going to do? Is he going to be the one that drops something where he's been on the sidelines for a little bit.
Yeah. Like amped up now.
He's amped up. He's been on the sidelines for a little bit. Like he was when all the stuff was going on with Grush and everything, he was out there tweeting, he was out there getting into it, and he's been, and I know that he had his lawsuits and the other things that were happening, but he's been on the sidelines, and you had all these kind of players out there doing their thing and making some moves. And he's just been working on this film. So what's this film going to do? I mean, if anything, is it just going to be another one that, like, because, look, I mentioned Darcy Weir's, right? Darcy Weir, to me, had a good USO documentary. I really enjoyed it. And when I was watching, I had a lot of great information. But it's not it didn't have anything in there that you're like, oh, everybody now is talking about it on CNN, on Fox, on MSNBC. Like they're like, oh, like look at what they covered in this. This is proof. It's not. It's a great documentary that just makes you start opening your mind, and that's what a lot of James Fox's stuff did in the past too. Now the question is, because for God's sakes, if the Darginia one.
I know.
Didn't get
Varginha.
That
one. That's what I'm saying. Like, well, that's what I'm trying to say. Look, you can only have so many moments like the Varginha one, like the South Africa case. Like, dude, the jellyfish, dude. We were all interested in that one, whatever it was, whether it was just future military tech that we don't know about yet. And then somebody had to trace some balloons over, and everyone says, I give up on it already. Right. But like, we're gonna have one of those things come out. This video. This documentary James Fox has, all the big players in this space, they're incentivized to keep this going. And so what's either going to happen is they're going to burn out putting out nonsense that we don't care about, or someone's going to get that juicy piece of something that reignites and sparks the whole thing for another few months until someone else has to, So that's where I think the game is now. It's like just stringing these things out. It's like, I got this one, and I raise you with this one,
I hope, because but there needs to be one, as we talked about last week, there needs to be one, if you look at the jellyfish and say, okay, there needs to be one that says, well, there's one, if you keep watching it, it goes in the water, but we don't have that footage. And then this is like, no, we have that footage.
Exactly.
Like that, we have this footage has to be the next video. Yeah. It's got to be.
I'm still in on the jellyfish.
I am too.
Where are you on it?
I think it's something. I think it's something.
Definitely something.
I think it's
at least crazy future tech, right?
You know me and the balloons. It's like I just saw somebody. Someone sent me a story to cover today about the guy that was on Rogue, and he's like, and they were asking him about some other UFO, whatever it was, and he thinks that they're all balloons. And I'm like, come on with the balloons. Like, give me a better answer than that. It's I don't need you to tell me that they're from other dimensions. I don't need you to tell me that they're alien. I just need you to tell me that they're not balloons.
Now, everything's balloons. You can't use that anymore. It's hack now to use balloons.
I hate the balloons. I hate the balloons. It's like
come to find out everything's balloons.
Come up with something else. You can just trace whatever you want into a balloon. There's a balloon of everything in the world. There's literally a balloon of anything you want. So you can just trace anything. Go, look, it's a balloon of this holiday. You know what I mean? Come on.
Yeah, the balloons is it's just it drives me nuts. Anyway. All right, we had a very stacked episode here today. I want to thank Peter for joining me. Where can I find you?
Not
today?
really. That interview didn't say
everywhere
anything.
Online, at Attack Peter, Instagram.
We
At
talked
Attack
about
Peter,
aliens and
Twitter,
Bitcoin.
Attack Peter or X. A
What
lot
the
of you
fuck?
have found me, so I'm assuming that's all I have to say. So thank you so much to everybody who's reached out and sent me cool stuff. I look at all of it. Sorry if I don't have a chance to respond to it, but I look at all of it.
And I appreciate you guys joining us on the show each and every week. As Peter said, though, too, like, it is so great to have you all here having these conversations on all the comments every week and all the and getting, whether it's Twitter or these other things, people sending us stuff through the email and going to the Down to Earth channel, all that. Please subscribe to this channel. It helps us grow. We get more interviews like we did with Paul Hynek today. We have I'm pretty sure, I don't want to announce the one that I have coming up for next week, because if it falls through, then it looks like then I hate doing that. But it's because you guys are growing the channel. They look at these things. They go, okay, well, how many people are watching this show? How many people are subscribed to this channel? How many? That helps us get people. So join the channel today. If you're like, well, I don't really subscribe to channels, do it today. It's free. So Apple Podcasts, Spotify, on the Down to Earth podcast feed, do that. Thanks to Pavel. Thank you to Paul Hynek for joining us here today on the show. We will be back next week, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
He didn't say anything. I'm sorry, that was the most pointless one ever. What if China invades Taiwan?
Day 1. Xi Jinping sits in his office, flanked by his top military advisors. Among them is Wang Hubin, the leader of the People's Liberation Army, or PLA's rocket force. That group will prove crucial to the day's events, as it's the rocket force missiles that Xi will rely upon to conduct a quick-fire smash-and-grab raid on an island nation that he has claimed as China's ever since he came to power. Taiwan will finally be under Chinese control. His strategy starts with a two-pronged attack. China will use its missiles to attack the Quemoy, along with several other small islands close to the Taiwanese mainland, at the same time that it strikes the Penghu Islands. Quemoy, also known as Kinmen, is the priority. The island's small beaches are still covered in anti-landing spikes, with anti-aircraft batteries lying beyond their dunes. The houses beyond those beaches still carry the bullet holes of an attempted invasion in 1949, again by China, that ultimately failed. Though the PLA managed to push inland on Quemoy, it quickly ran out of food and munitions, resulting in the deaths and capture of the entire invading force. She understands this historic humiliation well. It's one of the reasons why he spent his entire tenure as China's president engineering rapid modernization and growth of his nation's military. The PLA that'll invade today is far stronger than the PLA that attempted to take Taiwan in 1949. Quemoy is different too. It's now home to a host of Taiwanese stations and bases that collectively host 55,000 troops, about a quarter of Taiwan's active military. These stations are scattered on 12 islands that sit on the southeastern coast of the Fujian province. Beyond those islands lies about 170 miles of the Taiwan Strait, upon which Xi will rely to transport his ground forces into Taiwan once he's taken the islands. As for the Penghu Islands, they're more a difficult prospect. This collection of 64 islands is within the Taiwan Strait and already jointly administered by Taiwan and China. Xi's target here is Penghu, an offshore island that's home to one of Taiwan's 6 Skybow missile bases. Its surface-to-air defenses will prove problematic for the PLA and its air force if left unchecked, so it needs to be taken out quickly to ensure safer passage to the Taiwanese mainland. Xi already has his strategy in place, a missile barrage. China has the world's largest ground-based missile force in the world, and it'll use that advantage to its fullest while attacking Quemoy and the Penghu missile base. Xi gives the signal to start the attack. Ground-launched cruise missiles accompany short-range ballistic missiles, all fired from recently expanded military airfields that sit inside China's Fujian province. Longtian, Jiangsu, and Hui'an will prove vital to the attack, with each sitting within 200 miles of Taipei. Those bases are also the launching points for China's fleet of Shenyang J-16 and Sukhoi Su-30 multi-role fighter jets, each equipped with missiles that'll be used to conduct more targeted attacks on Penghu and Quemoy. When the initial missile barrage is over, China makes heavy use of its stockpile of HN-2 missiles, the only cruise missiles that are in its army's arsenal, to follow up on the ballistic missile attacks. HN-2s remain within the Earth's atmosphere after launch, making them more difficult for Taiwanese anti-air defenses to detect. Even when these ballistic missiles are shot out of the sky, they still hit their targets to devastate Taiwanese defenses. But there's more. A naval formation led by the Shandong aircraft carrier sails within Chinese waters on the country's side of the Davis Line. This line has served as a theoretical border between China and Taiwan within the strait for many years. Today, Xi crossed that line. But the ships don't cross immediately. Instead, Shandong provides another launching point for China's Air Force, with the ships and submarines that accompany it also launching missiles at Beijing's two main targets. Collectively, the fleet moves in tight formation. Each ship's crew has been training for just this moment, with China's repeated military operations in the Taiwan Strait revealing just how far they could push without forcing a Taiwanese response. Once Penghu and Quemoy are captured, these will be the first ships that China uses to form a barrier around Taiwan, fencing the island nation in, and hopefully for Xi, helping him provide safe passage for his troops to the Taiwanese mainland. Missile after missile strikes. Penghu's anti-air defenses are overwhelmed, with the missiles it fires in response rarely hitting targets. Even those that make it through are mostly shot down by anti-air defenses fitted into the 3 coastal bases China has spent the last few years building. Quemoy faces an even worse fate. China's missile barrage is too much for the 55,000 troops scattered around its islands to face. Towns are devastated. The old defenses lining island coasts prove useless as there's no Chinese landing, just missile after missile, slowly chipping away and wreaking havoc. The initial barrage is over. Taiwan's first and second lines of defense have been decimated, clearing the way for Xi to start landing troops onto the destroyed islands. Day 2. Taiwan's president, Tsai Ing-wen, has spent her morning assessing the damage caused by China's sneak attack. She knew an attack was coming. President Xi hadn't been shy about expressing his thoughts about Taiwan needing to be reunified with China sooner rather than later. Nevertheless, the attack was devastating. PLA troops have started to land on Quemoy and Penghu. The Taiwanese troops fighting on those islands commit to their cause valiantly, but they'll be overrun quickly. President Tsai has to accept these islands as lost and focus instead on the Taiwanese mainland. Though China has taken several tactically important islands, Tsai knows that Taiwan has many natural defenses playing in its favor. She knows that China isn't likely to risk an invasion via Taiwan's east coast, while its navy is more than capable of sailing around the island nation and will do so to create a naval blockade.
Is this kind of just like a
force has to deal with the massive cliffs
what could
that
happen?
line almost the entirety of Taiwan's eastern border. Scaling those cliffs isn't impossible. Their gradients are at least 15%, which doesn't make them impossible, but climbing them while facing a constant barrage from Taiwanese troops would lead to massive casualties for the PLA. Plus, any PLA forces that try to take advantage of the passes and their tunnels that Taiwan has built into the cliffs to provide access to Taiwan's major population centers will be met with fierce resistance. They'll be forced into choke points, with Taiwan's troops able to pick them off at will. As a last resort, Tsai can always order the destruction of those passes and tunnels to prevent Chinese incursion. Still, she orders the troops on the east coast to be on alert. China may try its luck. Taiwan has to show that the cliff-lined coast is a no-go for the PLA. Instead, Tsai's immediate response focuses on Taiwan's west coast, which is closest to China. There are advantages there too. Taiwan has 15 major ports and harbors, though only 4 deep water ports handle international maritime trade. Those ports would be likely landing and docking points for China's navy, so she can't allow them to fall into enemy hands. She orders their destruction. The ports can always be rebuilt, and China's naval blockade will prevent Taiwan's partners from ferrying goods onto the island anyway. She makes this choice because she knows that destroying the ports will make it much harder for the Chinese troops to land, affording Taiwan more time to prepare its internal defenses. Still, China can and likely will land via the beaches that line Taiwan's west coast. There's little that Tsai can do about that, beyond ensuring those beaches are heavily fortified. And again, she can take advantage of Taiwan's geography. In many cases, the waters that lead into those beaches are shallow, often being less than 50 feet deep, meaning China can't deliver troops using large ships. Instead, they'll have to take an approach akin to the D-Day landings of the Second World War. Troops can be transported en masse up to a point, but then must be ferried onto the beaches in smaller vessels. All the while, Taiwan can bombard China's vessels with long-range missiles and air attacks, not only slowing down China's invasion, but hopefully destroying boats that contain stockpiles of food and ammunition that would keep any invading ground forces running once they reach Taiwan. Tsai's goal is simple: turn China's invasion into a war of attrition that will slowly sap the PLA's strength and force them to turn back. But to make that strategy work in the face of constant missile barrages and the PLA's sheer size, she'll need the help of an ally. Tsai makes a call to the President of the United States. Day 3. President Joe Biden contemplates his next move. The United States has long been an ally of Taiwan. He strengthened that relationship further in August 2023 when he approved $80 million in foreign military financing paid for by the American taxpayer to go straight to Taiwan as part of the Taiwan Relations Act. China wasn't happy about that move. Its foreign ministry said as much, comparing the grant to an arms sale that harmed China's sovereignty and security interests, while undermining the peace throughout the Taiwan Strait. Biden can't help but consider that this move had prompted the Chinese invasion, though he tried to dispel that thought from his mind. Xi had been talking about this for years. It's why the US delivered so much money and weapons to Taiwan in the first place. Still, he couldn't get the words that had come from the Chinese Defense Ministry in the wake of his announcement out of his mind. We will take all necessary measures to resolutely counter this. Perhaps this invasion was the necessary measure. Either way, Biden now has a choice. China's naval blockade is already having an impact on trade. If it's allowed to continue, it'll affect practically every American industry because Taiwan's responsible for producing around 60% of the world's semiconductors. Supply chains are grinding to a halt, and worse yet, a Chinese victory places those semiconductors in Beijing's hands. Bad news for Western business. He also has to think about the American people's wishes. More of them would support American deployments in support of Taiwan now than in 2015. Then 28% said America should support the island nation if China made a move. As recently as 2021, that support has risen to 52%. And of course, Biden knows he's made several comments in the past suggesting he'll send in troops. Back in September 2021, he claimed that the US has a commitment to doing just that, rather than simply a commitment to provide Taiwan with the means to defend itself. That was a blunder, but it also highlights his real feelings on the subject. While the American people might be split down the middle, Biden simply can't afford to allow China to take Taiwan. It's not just semiconductor trade. China succeeding in its invasion would be a propaganda nightmare, with Beijing achieving a major military victory that can prop up Xi's claims that he's upsetting global geopolitics for years to come. It's better to fight back now and solve that problem before China gets any more big ideas. But America isn't going to be able to do it alone. China's naval blockade might not have the sheer tonnage of America's Navy, but it is strong enough to put up a good fight. Besides, the US will need somewhere to prepare before it pushes into the Taiwan Strait. Thankfully, America has developed a trilateral security agreement with South Korea and Japan for situations just like this. He picks up the phone and calls the Japanese Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida. Biden's job is to convince Japan that fighting the Chinese invasion now is in Japan's best interests. Otherwise, a strengthened China could seriously threaten Japan's sovereignty. Day 4. Xi is satisfied so far. The quick-fire missile attacks on Penghu and Quemoy were successful. China has essentially taken control of both islands, though its troops are still involved in sporadic fighting. The Taiwanese are as dedicated to their nationalism as their rhetoric claims. But Xi knows the two islands that were his first targets don't have the numbers to defend themselves successfully. For the next few days, he'll focus on consolidating his position in preparation for a full ground assault. He's already ordered his rocket force to pepper the mainland with precision missile strikes, but he is holding back. Even though China has the largest missile stockpile in the world, he doesn't want to burn through the whole lot now in case he gets drawn into a longer conflict. He doesn't want to be left without usable missiles at
if America gets
juncture.
involved.
For now, the priorities are to clear the Taiwan Strait and surround the island so that aid can't come in. Xi's Navy, supported by his Air Force, is meticulous in its endeavors. Jets launch from China's 3 renewed bases at regular intervals, conducting flyby attacks on any Taiwanese vessels found in the Taiwan Strait. Those smash-and-grab attacks are aided by the Shandong aircraft carrier, which provides a landing base for those craft to refuel and get back into the fight. Xi uses his fleet of 62 submarines, though not all at once, to scour the strait and surrounding waters for signs of the 4 submarines that Taiwan's Navy has. Those subs aren't a major threat, but getting them out of the way now is better so they can't create gaps in Xi's blockade. Speaking of which, Xi already has ships forming a perimeter around Taiwan with 49 destroyers, 72 corvettes, 42 frigates, and over 150 patrol vessels in his navy. Xi has plenty to choose from. Most won't be needed for the perimeter, giving Xi enough leftover naval assets to continue proper defenses along the Chinese coast. In a few more days, China will be ready for the next stage of the assault, attacking the mainland. Days 10 to 30. The Taiwan Strait is clear. It took a little longer than she anticipated. Taiwan commissioned its first and second mine-laying squads in 2022 and sowed ship-sinking mines throughout the strait. But this was a fairly new strategy for Taiwan, and the mines laid weren't so numerous that the PLA's navy couldn't handle them. Beijing lost a few ships, but she anticipated the mines and deployed minesweeping vessels equipped with special wires to cut the tethers attaching the mines to the seabed, allowing China's navy to destroy most of what was there. At the very least, she has several clear routes to the mainland. He'll take advantage of all of them. She knows that invading from the east is almost impossible. Taiwan's cliffs are well fortified. Still, he'll send some troops to the slaughter, if only to force Taiwan to destroy valuable passages and access routes into its major cities. What's the loss of a few thousand people when you have over 2 million of your active military and another 510,000 in reserve? The attempted incursions on the east can serve as a distraction. She's focus is on one of Taiwan's red beaches, Guanyin Beach, located on the northwest coast of Taiwan. The beach is around 31 miles away from Taipei, Taiwan's capital, and just over 10 miles away from the country's main international airport. Securing the beach will provide the most efficient route into Taipei and allow the PLA to capture an important strategic position. He just has to get the PLA to the beach. China can't use Taiwan's deep-water ports to conduct a landing or transport massive amounts of troops all at once. Tsai destroyed them immediately after Xi's missile barrage, a move the Chinese president hoped Tsai wouldn't take. But she was prepared for it. Instead, in the next few weeks, she will send dozens of transport ships toward Guanyin, each loaded with thousands of soldiers. These ships will bring his troops as close to the coastline as possible before smaller vessels take them the rest of the way. It won't be easy. Taiwan has mines in the shallow waters leading to the beach. It's also invested heavily in anti-landing spikes, preventing Xi from sending tanks until he secures the beach and can start removing the spikes. The beaches are probably already laced with mines too, and Taiwan's mobile missile launchers will batter the ships he sends, though Xi can rely on his air force to distract and destroy those launchers. Still, the landing could lead to the loss of many of the PLA's larger naval vessels. So instead of using them as transport ships, he'll call on fleets of civilian vessels to do the job. At best, those ships can carry the troops to the beach. At worst, they'll serve as distractions, draining Taiwan's munitions until it cannot defend the beach anymore. Over the next 2 weeks, China constantly sends troops to Guanyin Beach. As Xi anticipated, he loses thousands of soldiers and dozens of boats to mobile missile strikes. But he's able to respond with missiles of his own, courtesy his fighter jets, and China eventually establishes a secure route onto the beach. It's now free to land troops at will, though each crossing of the Taiwan Strait takes several hours and leaves his ships exposed to 141 F-16 fighter jets. Xi's J-16s and Su-30s are tasked with keeping those jets occupied and shooting as many out of the skies as possible, as China transports more and more troops to Guanyin Beach. Days 31 to 40. Tsai anticipated almost all of this. She knew that Guanyin Beach would fall, but she made sure the defenses lining the beach caused as much damage to the PLA as possible. Eventually, she also had to order the collapse of the passes and access ways running through the eastern cliffs, as the PLA kept sending troops. Again anticipated, though unfortunate. She needs to keep them at bay until help arrives. Taiwan's terrain will help them there. To get to Taipei, Chinese troops must pass through mountainous land, including Yongmingshan National Park. Practically all the districts surrounding Taipei present difficult marching conditions for Chinese troops. The terrain is rough. That buys more time for Taipei, which essentially sits at the bottom of a crater surrounded by mountainous land. These mountains are also an advantage for another reason. Taiwanese troops know them. The Chinese, despite their claims of ownership, don't. Taiwan's army has trained to fight in those mountains for decades, with Tsai knowing that she could trust her soldiers to hide out and wage a campaign of guerrilla warfare against China. She knows that China has sheer numbers, almost 10 times the ground troops in fact, but the mountains make it harder for planes to fly over Taipei, with the terrain making it extremely difficult for tanks and other military vehicles to travel. Add to that small pockets of hidden troops conducting sneak attacks when China's patrols least expect it, and she's confident she can put another big dent in the PLA before it reaches Taiwan. Still, she knows the numbers are overwhelming. Her troops set up choke points at every route leading into the city. Some of those choke points will be busier than others. China has yet to land troops in the south, and it would take several days for them to travel toward Taipei if they did, allowing Tsai to focus her efforts on the arriving force from the northwest. The idea is to fortify the city, creating layers of defense that China has to break before it can seize Taipei. Along the way, Tsai might have to destroy tunnels and highways leading to the city, cutting Chinese troops off from one another and forcing them to engage in small street-level skirmishes. Same goes for Taipei's port, which runs along the Tamsui River. Destroying that while blockading the river itself prevents China's navy from encroaching. It's all about buying time. Days 45 to 59. It didn't take long for Biden to convince Kishida of the importance of directly supporting Taiwan. This isn't like the situation in Ukraine, where the US can rely on its European allies to continue funneling money to support the war effort. Taiwan is cut off by a naval blockade. The US, with help from Japan, needs to break that blockade and disrupt the flow of troops to Taiwan's mainland. Over the last few weeks, the US has been sending ships to its bases in Japan, supplementing the equipment there and the 53,000 troops it already has stationed in the country. Its bases such as Okinawa are its focus. That's where a joint naval and air force attack will launch. The US knows that China has more boats in its navy, but it also knows that many of those boats are weak patrol vessels. America has the advantage of sheer tonnage and attack power. At 4.5 million tons, the US Navy displaces around twice the amount of water as China's. Its ships are better, they hit harder, and with the support of ships from the Japanese self-defense forces, Biden is confident that he can cripple the naval assets China has in the Taiwan
America.
Strait. The naval counterattack begins. A fleet that includes submarines, destroyers, and 2 of America's 11 aircraft carriers sails toward the Taiwan Strait. Japan ships don't attack directly. Instead, they offer support via their fleet of 36 JM-SDF destroyers, each equipped with RIM-162 Evolved Sea Sparrow missiles, or ESSMs, that have a 31-mile range and can move at speeds up to Mach 4, ideal for shooting down Chinese fighters and missiles aimed toward the American fleet. America loses some ships along the way in small skirmishes, but with much of China's naval firepower focused on the Taiwan Strait, it isn't until the United States reaches that patch of water that the naval battle intensifies. American destroyers focus on the smaller patrol vessels that make up much of the Chinese Navy and its blockade, while its submarines infiltrate the waters to engage in underwater battle with China's fleet. Slowly, America's sheer tonnage overwhelms the blockade, creating an opening that enables portions of its fleet to reach the routes that China has established into Taiwan. China can't risk launching missiles against America's ships. It might hit its own transports, killing thousands of its troops in the process. Instead, it becomes engulfed in a combined naval and air battle, its forces equally matched with the US. The objective for the US isn't a complete victory, it's a disruption. Cut off the flow of troops to Taiwan and allow Tsai to execute her plan within the country. Day 60. Tsai knows the American Navy is in play. Reports from scouts observing Guanyin Beach have told her that the flow of troops into the mainland is faltering massively. That is great news for Tsai. China's missile barrages have slowed down as well, likely due to the combined issues of lower supply and those missiles now being dedicated to attacking the US Navy. With a little more time, China may be unable to deliver more troops to the Taiwanese mainland. That'll leave those who have landed, numbering in the tens of thousands, to fight against the nearly 150,000 strong defensive force. Again, Tsai has prepared for this. Her guerrilla fighters in the mountains have done their jobs, picking away at Chinese troops as they advance. Access into Taipei became a choke point, and though the Chinese eventually broke through, they lost thousands of soldiers doing so. Now the next part of the strategy, urban warfare. Taiwan has been conducting mock urban street battles for years, with Taiwanese troops simulating China's likely strategies so that counterforces can practice using the city's terrain against them. All of that practice comes to the forefront now. Sandbag barricades have been erected. Munitions to deal with Chinese tanks and military vehicles are prepared. Tsai's army is so well drilled that it knows how to use the city's houses and commercial buildings as cover to launch sneak attacks on Chinese troops unfamiliar with the city's layout. All streets have been evacuated. The frequent drills, including those reported on by Reuters in July 2023, have led to much of the city being evacuated quickly and easily, with Taipei citizens traveling to the relative safety of Taoyuan, Hsinchu County, and Miaoli County. Those who remained have found shelter in the subways or in their own homes. Fighting begins in Taipei itself. The combat takes place street by street. China can't rely on overwhelming numbers here. Frankly, it doesn't have them, thanks to the many obstacles Taiwan put in its way and the Americans doing such a good job of cutting off its route into Guanyin Beach.
America.
Chinese troops are also exhausted from the long trek and the constant stress of attacks by guerrilla forces as they attempt to negotiate the mountainous terrain into Taipei. And it's not just the Taiwanese military with which they have to contend. Thousands of civilians have stayed behind in Taipei to join the fight. Many have military training, thanks to Taiwan's mandatory military service. Most have a year of active service under their belts. Younger members
I
of the
wonder if China would
population
have the
trained for
fucking
18
balls
months.
to
Fueled
ask
by national
Russia to
pride, they
join.
engage Chinese troops along with members of Taiwan's active military. Day 90. The fighting draws out the war far beyond China's expectations. 3 months have passed and Taiwan, aided by the Americans and Japanese, has defended itself well. America has succeeded in cutting off troops and supplies to the Taiwanese mainland, leaving Beijing to rely on the members of the PLA who managed to get into Taiwan. Those numbers are rapidly dwindling. Around 100,000 troops made it across before the U.S. Navy got involved. They face similar numbers of troops in Taiwan, along with numbers of trained citizens, and the prospect of America bringing troops to the island is a real possibility. Xi places his head in his hands. His invasion has failed. He underestimated the will of the Taiwanese people and didn't account for the U.S. sending such a strong counterforce. He doesn't even have the nuclear option at his disposal. He wants to control Taiwan, not destroy it. Faced with no other option, Xi is forced to call a ceasefire and withdraw his troops. He retreats to lick his wounds, but he can take solace in the fact that he's weakened Taiwan, as well as depleted American resources, and now he knows what mistakes to avoid if he wants to make a future invasion successful. Now check out why China's artificial islands are now sinking, or watch this video instead.
Wow. Well, that's interesting.
Antarctica is approximately 14.2 million square kilometers, or 5.5 million square miles in size, and 98% of its land is covered in thick ice. But what would happen if it all suddenly melted at once? It would be very, very bad. The coastlines of every continent on the planet Earth would be redrawn as the ocean levels rose. Inland seas and extensive flooding of rivers would create new bodies of water where major metropolises once existed. Entire nations would be consumed by the waves of the swelling oceans. Virtually no one would survive the melting of Antarctica. But in order to determine the impact and the devastating consequences a total melting of Antarctica would have on our planet and the survival of certain populations, we need to determine what would actually happen if all of the ice surrounding the southernmost continent melted. While Antarctica isn't completely frozen, a large chunk of its mass is composed of snow and ice. There are two major ice sheets in Antarctica: the Western Antarctic Ice Sheet and the Eastern Antarctic Ice Sheet. The Western Ice Sheet holds enough frozen water to significantly change sea levels around the world if it completely melts. It's estimated that the sea levels would rise by approximately 3.2 meters or 10.5 feet if the entirety of the Western Antarctic Ice Sheet melted and the resulting waters flowed into the ocean. However, it's the Eastern Antarctic Ice Sheet that holds the most frozen water in the region and would cause catastrophic flooding if it were to completely melt. The Eastern Ice Sheet contains enough water to raise sea levels by an astonishing 60 meters or 197 feet. If both ice sheets were to melt simultaneously, it could raise ocean levels around 64 meters or 210 feet. This would result in many islands, major cities, and entire countries being swept underwater. On top of the ice sheets, Antarctica also contains snow and packed ice that surrounds the continent and would also contribute to sea levels rise if melted. Before we examine exactly which parts of the world would be submerged due to the immense flooding that would come from Antarctica melting, and if where you live will give you a chance to survive this disastrous event, we have a question for you. Is something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? Regardless if you have a clinical mental health issue like depression or anxiety, or if you're just a human who lives in this world who's going through a hard time, therapy can give you the tools to approach your life in a very different way. And that's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, BetterHelp. BetterHelp's mission is to make therapy more affordable and more accessible. And this is an important mission because finding a therapist can be really hard, especially when you're limited to the options in your area. BetterHelp is a platform that makes finding a therapist easier because it's online, it's remote, and by filling out a few questions, BetterHelp can match you to a professional therapist in as little as a few days. It's easy to sign up and get matched with a therapist. There's a link in my description. It's betterhelp.com/infographics. Clicking that link helps support the channel, but it also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist and see if it helps you. And because finding a therapist is a little like dating, if you don't really fit with that therapist, which is a common thing with therapy, you can easily switch to a therapist for free without stressing about insurance, who's in your network, or anything like that. So if you're struggling, consider online therapy with BetterHelp. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/infographics. Thanks again, BetterHelp, for supporting this channel. And now back to Antarctica. As we were saying before, we examine exactly which parts of the world would be submerged due to the immense flooding that would come from Antarctica melting, and if where you live will give you a chance to survive this disastrous event, we need to break down a few key statistics. First, the rate at which the ice sheets of Antarctica are currently melting is causing sea levels to rise by about 0.22 millimeters per year. This might not seem like a lot, but over time, this addition of water to our oceans adds up. Ice sheets around the world are currently melting faster than at any previous time in recent history due to climate change. All evidence indicates that human actions such as burning fossil fuels like oil, coal, and natural gas to generate energy are releasing greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Methane from unsustainable horticultural practices is being released into the atmosphere, exacerbating the climate change crisis. These types of gases trap the radiation from the sun and cause global temperatures to increase, which in turn causes ice and glaciers to melt and dump the water they once contained into the oceans. It's estimated that the average temperature of Earth could increase by 2 to 9.7 degrees Fahrenheit, or 1.1 to 5.4 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. This has led to models created by scientists to predict that sea levels could rise by as much as 60 millimeters or 2.36 inches by 2100. Again, even though this doesn't seem like a lot, we need to remember that there are many places around the world where people live along the coast at sea level. Even an increase of a few millimeters or inches could cause these areas to flood, displacing millions of inhabitants. Now let's examine how much water is actually contained within the ice and the snow of Antarctica. We can estimate that Antarctica possesses around 18 million square kilometers, or around 6.95 million square miles of ice and snow. The average thickness of the ice in Antarctica is around 1.9 kilometers, or 1.18 miles. This means the volume of water contained in the snow and ice of Antarctica is around 34 million kilometers cubed, or 8,157,000 miles cubed. Using those estimates, sea levels could rise by as much as 88.6 meters, or 291 feet, if all the ice and the snow melted from Antarctica and ran off into the ocean. It's clear that the melting of all the ice and snow in Antarctica will cause a massive amount of water to be released and sea levels to rise drastically. Before we look at the specific areas that'll be underwater if this were to happen, let's discuss some basic facts about Antarctica and what a total melting of its ice and snow would mean for the continent itself. Antarctica is the 5th largest continent on Earth, and it's bigger than both Europe and Australia. To be clear about just how extensive the ice sheets of Antarctica are, they're around 20% of the southern hemisphere, so it probably comes as no surprise that the Antarctic ice sheet is the largest single piece of ice on the entire planet. Interestingly, the ice sheets of Antarctica are not always the same size. During the summer, the sea ice around Antarctica is around 3 million square kilometers, or 1.2 million square miles. However, by the end of the winter, the sea ice can extend to 19 million square kilometers, or 7.3 million square miles. The growth and shrinkage of the sea ice occur mainly around the Ross Ice Shelf and the Rona Ice Shelf. It's here that glacial ice from the interior of the continent moves toward the lower elevation regions at around 10 to 1,000 meters, or 33 to 32,800 feet per year. This shifting of the ice is natural and influences sea levels, but it's a gradual process, unlike what would happen if all the ice and snow in Antarctica melted at the same time. The continent itself is divided by the Transantarctic Mountains, which reach elevations of 4,500 meters or 14,764 feet. The elevation of the Antarctic ice sheet is around 2,000 meters, 6,562 feet, but can rise as high as 4,000 meters or 13,123 feet near the middle of the continent. Surprisingly, Antarctica isn't a solid landmass. If all the ice were to melt, Antarctica would be a series of archipelagos with frigid water flowing between them. If Antarctica were to melt, it wouldn't just affect the lands of the planet, it'd also cause massive changes to the consumption of the oceans as well. The waters around the continent are 4,000 to 5,000 meters, or 13,100 feet to 16,400 feet deep, and are part of the Southern Ocean, which is all salt water. The ice and snow of Antarctica are made up mostly of fresh water, though. If all this fresh water were to melt and run off into the ocean, it would change the salinity of the water surrounding the continent. This would have drastic consequences on the density of the water in the region, which could throw off the ocean conveyor belt that carries nutrients and water around the globe. The ocean conveyor belt, formerly known as the thermohaline circulation, is the vast system of global ocean currents driven by differences in temperature and salinity. The ocean conveyor belt also plays a pivotal role in the planet's weather systems as well. Therefore, if Antarctica melted, it would impact both the ocean and the atmospheric systems of planet Earth. Now, technically, Antarctica is a desert, which might seem confusing, as most of the time we think of deserts as being hot, sandy places. But
We
Antarctica
do.
is classified as a desert because of its harsh climate and low levels of precipitation. The continent is covered in ice, not because it snows often, but because it's so cold that massive amounts of snow and ice have accumulated over millions of years. The interior regions of Antarctica are believed to receive around 50 to 100 millimeters, or just 2 to 4 inches of snow every year, making it one of the driest places on Earth. The waters around the continent can reach temperatures as cold as -10 to -30 degrees Celsius or 14 to -22 degrees Fahrenheit. However, water temperatures in some regions can get as high as 9 degrees Celsius or 48 degrees Fahrenheit. The temperatures on the land in Antarctica can be drastically different depending on where you are located. For example, the interior regions of the continent, where the mountains rise above the landscape, the temperatures can dip below -60 degrees Celsius or -76 degrees Fahrenheit in the winter, and -20 degrees Celsius or -4 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer. In 1983, Russian scientists at Vostok Research Station measured temperatures of -89.2 degrees Celsius or -128.6 degrees Fahrenheit. This was the coldest temperature ever recorded on Earth. Antarctica also plays a major role in regulating the planet's temperature by reflecting large amounts of the sun's radiation back into space. This helps keep the planet cool and allows for moderate temperatures we enjoy around much of the world. However, as more ice and snow melts due to climate change, less radiation is being reflected back into space. This causes global temperatures to increase, leading to even more snow and ice melting, which generates a negative feedback loop. The process is one of the very real dangers we face in the future that could be a result of all the ice in Antarctica melting over a period of time. Even though Antarctica is one of the harshest environments on the planet, life still finds a way to survive on the continent. Lichens, moss, several other forms of vegetation all grow there. In fact, around 130 species have been recorded in Antarctica, including 100 types of different mosses. However, due to a lack of water and extreme cold, there are no bushes or trees in Antarctica. The waters around the continent are teeming with life, including fish, whales, and other marine organisms. And of course, Antarctica's most famous residents are the 20 million penguins that call its frozen landscape home. The tragic part is that if all the ice and snow melted on that continent, almost all the species that currently live there would perish. Now let's examine what would happen to other parts of the world if Antarctica melted. There are definitely regions that would fare better than others. However, it is important to note that even if where you live doesn't find itself underwater, the climate and weather patterns across the planet would shift drastically, which could result in your home lying in the path of powerful and deadly storms. We'll start with North America. If Antarctica melted, pretty much the entire east coast of the United States would be wiped out. Boston, New York City, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. would all be underwater. The states of Rhode Island, Delaware, and Maryland would no longer exist. All southern states would be ravaged by flooding, resulting in almost all of Florida being submerged beneath the Atlantic Ocean.
And I'm in
Charleston
Houston,
and
I'd be
much of
dead.
the rest of North and South Carolina would also be sunk. In the southern U.S., the Mississippi Delta would swell, and the ocean would consume New Orleans and much of the South. A giant bay would develop where the Mississippi River once flowed and would extend deep into the middle of the country. On the west coast, San Francisco, LA, and San Diego would all be lost. The hills of Central California would become islands as water flowed into the valleys that used to be Tulare Lake, which was once the largest lake west of the Mississippi. It's important to remember that as the sea levels rise by as much as 64 meters or 210 feet, ocean water would continuously pour into the rivers and flood the valleys around the world. This is what would happen to Montreal as the waters of the St. Lawrence rose and drowned the city. Halifax and Vancouver would also find themselves underwater. Much of the coasts of Mexico would also be submerged, and around half of the Yucatan Peninsula would be underwater. Instead of one big island, Cuba would be broken up into an archipelago. Havana would be at the bottom of a now much deeper Atlantic. In fact, most of the islands in the Bahamas and Caribbean would be completely wiped off the map. If all the ice in Antarctica were to melt, pretty much every coastal city in North America would either be severely flooded or completely underwater. Major rivers would flood and new bays would form. Now let's move to South America. Like with the Mississippi, the Amazon River would swell and a huge inlet sea would emerge in the middle of the continent. The state of the Amazon in Brazil would be almost completely submerged. Georgetown, Rio de Janeiro, Montevideo, and Buenos Aires would all be underwater, due to increased sea levels. In the southern part of the continent, Paraguay River Basin would flood and result in another gigantic Atlantic inlet that would cover parts of Argentina and Uruguay. Although much of the east coast of South America would be devastated, the western coast wouldn't be affected nearly as much. This is because the Andes Mountains run along the west coast, resulting in many cities residing at higher elevations. However, smaller coastal towns around the continent would still be flooded as the new shoreline moved further inland. It's also worth noting that Central America would lose much of its coasts. The Panama Canal and the surrounding area would suffer catastrophic flooding that would create a larger and wider passage between the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans, where the canal was once located. This would result in passageway where huge ocean liners could easily pass through. Next, let's look at Africa, where much of the continent would actually survive unscathed. Unfortunately, Senegal, the Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, and Guinea would not fall under that category. These countries would be mostly flooded and become part of the Atlantic Ocean due to the fact that much of their lands lie at sea level. Dakar, Bissau, Freetown, and Monrovia would no longer exist. Abidjan, Accra, and Lagos would also be underwater. There would be slight flooding in southern Africa that would threaten Cape Town, but the rest of the region would see little change. In East Africa, Maputo in Mozambique, Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, and Mogadishu in Somalia would be consumed by the Indian Ocean. The Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden would swell and flood any towns and cities along their coasts. Then there's the southern Mediterranean. As sea levels rise, water from the Atlantic would pour through the Strait of Gibraltar and cause the Mediterranean Sea to expand. This would result in Tunis, Tripoli, and Alexandria sinking underwater. The cities would be lost like Plato's Atlantis. The Nile Delta would also flood, causing much of Cairo to be destroyed. The waters of the Mediterranean would pour across the lower elevations of Libya, creating a new, gigantic Mediterranean island off the coast of the newly carved-out shores of North Africa. On the other side of the Mediterranean, southern Europe would see relatively mild flooding. Of course, there would be some exceptions. For example, Venice and much of northern Italy would be consumed by the Adriatic and Ligurian seas. The influx of water into the Mediterranean would also cause the Black and Caspian seas to surge tremendously, enveloping parts of Eastern Europe. The coasts of Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, and Ukraine would be decimated. The Volga River would flood, and the Caspian Sea would extend north.
All right, that was a long ass video. Let's do that.
0233 hours local, and in a mountain complex in North Korea just over 100 miles from the Chinese border, technicians scramble to remove camouflage netting from the entrance to a deep underground bunker. That bunker has been cut into the mountainside and covered over with camouflage to fool American spy satellites loitering hundreds of miles overhead. The cover of night helps to obfuscate the rush of activity, and the heavy cloud cover is exactly what the Hermit Kingdom was waiting for. Out of the converted mineshaft, a huge truck is carefully backed out. The massive vehicle has only one purpose: to transport the equally massive Hwasong-50 intercontinental ballistic missile. Finally eased out of its hiding hole, the truck begins the laborious process of lifting the giant missile into position. Over 40 feet tall, the missile is taller than a 2-floor home and has the power to destroy several square miles of a densely packed city. The launch command officer picks up a phone hardwired straight to an underground telephone line that's connected directly to Kim Jong-un. The North Koreans have to resort to primitive telephone technology to ensure the United States or its allies aren't listening in somehow. On the other end, the North Korean dictator gives a single word. The Hwasong-15 intercontinental ballistic missile fires its main engine, shaking the entire launch complex to its core. Launch personnel hide behind blast screens or huddle inside the relative safety of the launch truck's armored cab, hunkering down in case something goes wrong and the missile and its entire fuel load explodes. 2 seconds later, the missile proves to be in good operation and lifts off the ground. 1,000 miles above the Earth, the United States' space-based infrared system immediately detects the thermal plume of the massive rocket. A low-Earth satellite sends an immediate flash alert to the 2nd Space Warning Squadron at Buckley Air Force Base in Colorado. Brother and sister units across the broad web of U.S. missile defense and the commanders of every U.S. geographical command. A second U.S. satellite in a geostationary orbit confirms the thermal signature of a large ballistic missile and chirps a second emergency alert. The massive Hwasong-15 is nearing supersonic flight and has punched several hundred feet through the clouds and into the open sky. The US's space-based infrared system satellites have now focused their full attention on the telltale thermal signature of the big rocket. Cloud cover may have made it impossible to see liftoff with the naked eye, but the incredible heat given off by the fiery liftoff was easy to spot by infrared sensors. Now the large rocket is screaming through the air, riding a thermal plume several hundred feet long and thousands of degrees hot. The US satellites immediately begin to compare the thermal signature of the North Korean rocket with a large onboard library of known missile launches. In less than a second, there's a match with 2 different Hwasong-15 test launches from the late 2010s. The confirmed match is immediately sent to US Space Command. US Space Force personnel are stunned by the multiple threat warnings from the space-based network and rush to pour through the data. Humans are far slower than machines though, and it'll take time to verify the threat. The North Korean missile is now twice as high as a commercial airliner, and its main rocket engine is still going strong. Space Force personnel have confirmed the launch as authentic. An emergency flash is dispatched to US forces in South Korea and across the Pacific. It's impossible to know where the missile is headed this early in flight. Via hotline to the DoD and the White House, the alert is out. North Korea has fired a ballistic missile, possibly tipped with a nuclear warhead. The main engine on the Hwasong-15 shuts down as it runs out of fuel. The missile coasts for a brief second, traveling at several thousand miles an hour now in the upper atmosphere, before a series of explosive bolts just under 3/4 of the way up separate the first stage of the rocket from the second stage. A second later, the second stage engine fires, and the vehicle lurches forward as it prepares to exit the Earth's atmosphere. An aide rushes to interrupt a meeting between the President of the United States of America and the leader of a partner nation. There's no time for formalities, and the President is practically dragged out of the room so he can be informed. North Korea has launched a nuclear attack. Target is still unknown. The President immediately heads for the highly restricted and secretive Situation Room in the heart of the White House. From there, he'll be able to communicate with American forces around the world and defend real-time tracking data from various American assets. U.S. Space Command issues an order for radar installations in South Korea and Japan to begin tracking the North Korean launch. Sea-based Spy-1 radars on American naval vessels are networked into the massive surveillance effort tracking the North Korean missile. While boosting into space, the missile is at its most vulnerable, but the United States still lacks its capability to rapidly destroy a missile during this initial phase. With development on high-velocity projectiles and directed energy weapons, it's hoped that in the near future, U.S. forces will be able to down a missile during this vulnerable phase. For now, though, all U.S. assets can do is watch and gather data which will help determine where the missile is headed and which missile defense assets to activate. With a nuclear threat confirmed, the United States Secret Service begins preparations to move the president to a secure and highly classified location. If the missile is aimed at the White House, the president has less than 40 minutes to vacate. U.S. terminal high-altitude defense batteries in South Korea, Guam, and Hawaii are activated. Their powerful AN/TPY-2 radars begin sweeping the sky for signs of the threatening missile. Designed to obliterate an incoming ballistic missile during its terminal phase, the batteries of the interceptors are currently useless and can only defend the areas they're assigned to. Patriot missile defense batteries in the U.S. bases across the Pacific go on alert. These too are short-range defenses which are only useful for defending specific locations. U.S. Aegis-equipped warships in the region are given the same alert. Their SM-3 missiles can also be used for short-range ballistic missile intercepts just outside the atmosphere, but require the target to be in its descent stage. With a range of several hundred miles, though, each Aegis-equipped ship can help protect multiple U.S. installations or naval battle groups. The U.S. Northern Command at Peterson Air Force Base begins preparations to activate the United States' homeland defenses. At Fort Greely, Alaska, and Vandenberg Air Force Base in California, the ground-based mid-course defense system is activated, a collection of 44 interceptors. These missiles have a far greater range than either the mobile THAAD or the Navy's SM-3 missiles and are designed to intercept a target in the mid-course before it's had a chance to enter terminal phase and is still cruising through space. More data is needed, however, and all that U.S. forces can currently do is watch and wait. It now has become clear from the missile's trajectory that this is not an attack against forces in South Korea or Guam. Japan is also ruled out as a target. Hawaii remains a likely target, but so does the rest of the U.S. mainland. The U.S. president is notified that based on the missile's trajectory and speed, it is not a test of a new missile. All the data points to this being a legitimate launch against American forces. Given North Korean capabilities, it's likely this is an attack against either Hawaii or the American West Coast. While North Korea has missiles capable of reaching the East Coast, it's not believed they have the targeting capabilities to strike that far with any sort of precision. The president authorizes the use of ground-based interceptors against the incoming threat and order the U.S. Navy ships near Hawaii or the American West Coast to move into positions to best protect major population centers. Across the United States, a fleet of specially modified aircraft put into the air. These big planes are loaded with communications gear and hardened against electromagnetic pulses. They're known as doomsday airplanes because it's their job to ensure that the President of the United States can remain in contact with all U.S. military forces, even in the event of a massive nuclear strike against the homeland. The planes will fly high enough to avoid being caught up in destruction below and provide a direct airborne link between each other and surviving space and ground stations across the world. They will not come back down until the crisis is over, with a special fleet of aerial tankers dedicated to keeping them fueled and flying. For the moment, they settle into an orbital pattern across the West Coast, the East Coast, and the American heartland. The full might of the U.S. nuclear triad is officially on alert and prepared to retaliate against any potential threat. With the possibility of another nation using the cover of a North Korean strike to attack the U.S. with its own weapons, America from this point on has to be prepared to fight a nuclear war against any adversary. Troop recall orders are issued for American units across the world, informing soldiers they must drop whatever they're doing and immediately report for duty. Nuclear-capable aircraft are prepared for a possible nuclear mission, and nuclear munitions are prepared for possible loading and launch. Deep in the darkest recesses of the world's oceans, the American nuclear ballistic missile submarine fleet makes its own preparations to rain down apocalypse on the president's command. The second stage of the Hwasong-15 missile runs out of fuel. The payload detaches from the second stage and, using a chemical-powered thruster, adjusts its course and heading. The missile is now flying unpowered, riding the incredible momentum built by the massive two-stage rocket and moving as much as 4.2 miles a second. U.S. Space Command issues new tracking data on the North Korean missile and confirms separation of the payload from the second stage. Based on this new data, Hawaii is ruled out as a target. Current speed and elevation dictate that a hit on the southern American west coast is likely. Armed with this new data, U.S. missile defense personnel opt for a GBI launch from Vandenberg Air Force Base instead of Fort Greely in Alaska. 4 of the long, skinny missiles are activated and fed live targeting data, but they can't be launched yet. They must wait until the enemy missile draws closer before launching. The American president is rushed out of the Situation Room and to Marine One, his personal helicopter. 2 attachés join the president. One carries the nuclear football, the remote nuclear command authority unit, which gives the president the power to order Armageddon from anywhere in the world. The second carries a large backpack-like communications device that serves to keep the president in contact with all branches of the government and the military at all times. Rather than head to a predetermined shelter, the president opts to instead board Air Force One, believing that there's little risk to a full-blown nuclear attack on the homeland. From Air Force One, he'll be safe from the ground effects of a nuclear blast and be able to remain in contact with the rest of the military and government. U.S. and South Korean special forces stationed in South Korea and Japan are mustered and rushed to armories in preparation for a strike into the north. These elite units have been kept at high readiness due to recent hostilities from the north. Their specially modified Black Hawk helicopters can evade enemy radar and even fly more silently than any other helicopters in the world. They have one mission: infiltrate known North Korean nuclear sites and neutralize them from within. U.S. and South Korean alert aircraft take to the skies in anticipation of a full-blown offensive from the north. On the ground, forces across the DMZ prepare for combat, and an alarm is sounded in Seoul. In case of hostilities, it's expected that North Korea will shell Seoul directly from behind the DMZ and has so many guns that it can deliver a whopping 10,000 rounds of high explosives per minute to the city of 10 million. American supercomputers calculate the trajectory, altitude, and speed of the North Korean warhead and feed that data to the ground-based mid-course defense system. With careful math, the computers calculate a firing solution, and green light is given for the launch of interceptors. 4 GBIs lift off from their silos in the California desert. The missiles will fly not to where the North Korean nuke is, but rather where it will be when they intercept it, with a dumb kinetic warhead that will destroy the enemy nuke through sheer kinetic energy. As they lift into the sky, TPY-2 and sea-based radars are networked together and feed them a steady diet of tracking data. In Guam, Japan, and South Korea, air crews rush to their aircraft in anticipation of full-blown war with North Korea. First up will be F-15s and F-16s to establish air dominance. Normally, stealthy B-2 bombers would slip in behind the air superiority fighters to take out critical air defenses and communications nodes, but the bulk of the B-2 fleet is in Missouri and unprepared for combat. Instead, the Air Force's big stick, the B-52, is prepared for immediate action. These aircraft will require at least an hour to prep, but taking off from bases across the South Pacific will be able to put steel on target within the day. U.S. interceptors are now in space and speeding toward the calculated intercept point with the North Korean warhead. The interceptors have ditched their ascent stages and make only small corrections using chemical thrusters. If the calculated firing solution is bad, they could miss the North Korean warhead by miles. In that case, it'll be up to the Navy's Aegis vessels to down the warhead before it can strike an American city. Updated tracking data reveals the target is likely Los Angeles. The first wave of U.S. Special Operations Forces are given the green light from the American president to take off in their modified Black Hawk helicopters. Their destination is several North Korean nuclear launch facilities believed to be capable of rapid deployment. Other ground attack aircraft based in South Korea are already on their way to their targets, intent on destroying any ability for North Korea to launch a second attack. The U.S.
Where the fuck is this guy at, bro? Oi. What the fuck?
Warhead suddenly breaks up into multiple smaller fragments as it ejects a cloud of highly reflective chaff. The metallic confetti is meant to confuse radar systems and make it harder to target the warhead. The warhead is now in 8 pieces. Each piece could be a separate warhead or it could be a decoy meant to lure missile defense systems away from the real warhead. U.S. ground and space-based radar struggle to pick out the real warhead from possible decoys from within the threat cloud. TPY-2 and sea-based X-band radars are best suited for this task, and it falls on them now to give a good intercept course for America's GBIs. Powerful processors churn through all the available data to sniff out the real threat from amongst the chaff and decoys. If they fail, millions of people will die. Using extremely precise measurements, the dummy warheads are singled out. Because of North Korea's inexperience with MIRV warheads and the use of decoys, the dummy warheads don't quite match the profile of a real warhead as perfectly as it flies through space. With a good intercept solution, the GBIs detach their exo-atmospheric kill vehicle. It will take 6 minutes for them to reach their target. There's nothing anyone can do now but pray. Unbeknownst to the United States, China has launched its own rapid response forces into North Korea. Elite Chinese troops penetrate North Korean airspace in fast transport helicopters. Their goal is the same as the Americans: seize Kim Jong-un's nuclear arsenal before it can be used again, and thus incur the wrath of the American nuclear triad. With both American and Chinese troops headed to the same objectives, though, this
would
attack
be
now
the
has
craziest
the possibility
fucking
of sparking
shit.
all-out war between the U.S. and China. American EKVs scream through space at over 4,000 miles per hour. They're just seconds from a successful intercept or a catastrophic failure. The first EKV screams past the intercept point, missing the North Korean weapon by a dozen miles. The second EKV hits nothing. It too misses the North Korean warhead by over 3 miles. A second after the second EKV, the third strikes its target true, moving at a combined speed of just under 10,000 miles an hour. The impact produces a bright flash in the sky for a brief second. Nuclear detonation requires a precise chain of events, so the impact of the interceptor does not set off the nuclear explosion. Multiple ground stations and ship-based radar assets all confirm the good news. 2 misses followed by a direct hit. The threat has been neutralized and the dummy warheads will burn up in the atmosphere. The American president receives the good news aboard Air Force One. He can still see Washington, D.C. out the left side of the aircraft. And despite this threat being over, he will not order a return to the White House. The conflict has just begun, and more nuclear attacks are possible at any minute from North Korea. On the ground, half a world away, the South Korean and U.S. armies are preparing for what will be the costliest war since World War II, a conflict that will make the original Korean War look like a cap gun shootout. American warplanes are already en route to the Hermit Kingdom, preparing to drop tens of thousands of pounds of high explosives on suspected nuclear sites, and special forces from both the U.S. and China are racing each other to seize Kim Jong-un's nuclear arsenal. On the border, the North Korean army is finally making its opening gambit, and over 1,000 pieces of artillery begin to rain hell down on the South's defenders. Now go check out North Korea versus United States 2021 military comparison, or click this other video instead. It's a rumble in the jungle, a showdown on the 38th parallel. The Hermit Kingdom of North Korea versus the United States of America. Kim Jong-un versus Well, we're not really sure who because this script was written before the presidential election. It's the American bald eagle versus the North Korean, trash pigeon? That doesn't really seem like North Korea has an official national animal. It's a showdown the world's been expecting for decades. But how do these two antagonist powers stack up? Who really has the advantage in a showdown on the Korean peninsula? For this scenario, let's compare the two countries alone, and without the help of allies, to see how they really measure up against each other. Overall, the United States is ranked as the world's #1 military power, and currently the only global superpower. It's a common mistake to call Russia or China superpowers, but the definition of a superpower is a state that can exert economic,
This is a
cultural,
super
and
American
military
video.
influence worldwide. Currently, the U.S. is the only nation with the military fleets and cultural and economic clout to do so. North Korea is no slouch, though, in the military department, and despite being a financially destitute hermit kingdom, it's managed to field a military that places it at the number 25 spot in global rankings. This is because most of the official budget of the North Korean government goes to its military, and the military also receives hundreds of millions in covert financing, typically the result of state-sponsored criminal enterprises. In terms of manpower, the United States fields an active duty force of 1.4 million personnel versus North Korea's 1.28 million. The U.S. also fields a greater force of reservists, with 860,000 personnel versus North Korea's reserve force of 600,000. The U.S. barely has the numbers advantage here, but in a grueling multi-year conflict, the U.S. has the population advantage, with 4.2 million reaching service age every year versus North Korea's measly 415,000. If North Korea wants to win, clearly it has to secure victory as quickly as possible. Wars cost money, though, and it turns out it's an extremely expensive affair. The latest U.S. defense budget is about $750 billion versus North Korea's $1.6 billion. This, of course, is only the official government figure, and North Korea's real defense budget is easily hundreds of millions greater thanks to all that black market activity. Remember, kids, doing drugs may seem tubular, but you're just going to help North Korea go nuclear. But let's check out all the toys that those big budgets buy. In the air, the U.S. fields 13,264 aircraft versus North Korea's 949. Not only is this a massive numbers disparity, but a huge disparity in capabilities as well. The U.S. currently relies on the F-15 Eagle and the F-18 Super Hornet as its primary air defense and air attack platforms. These two aircraft are fourth-generation models, but have received serious upgrades to their capabilities, which boost them into a fourth-and-a-half-generation capability. Complementing U.S. fighter forces are 187 F-22s, the world's only fully operational fifth-generation fighter, and officially the world's deadliest fighter aircraft. As more and more F-35s come online, however, and achieve initial operational capability status, the entire U.S. fighter fleet is poised to become fully fifth generation, a significant battlefield advantage against any foe. North Korean air forces are decades behind the U.S. in capability. Its most numerous fighter aircraft, the Chengdu J-7, was developed in the 1960s and exported by China. Its most capable aircraft, the MiG-29, was deployed in the 70s as a counter to the American F-15. However, North Korea's MiG-29s number at only 35, and it's believed that they lack anything resembling modern avionics. To make matters worse, North Korea's entire inventory of air-to-air missiles herald back to the Cold War, and the nation possesses less than 500 of them. An air battle between the U.S. and North Korea would be hopeless for the Hermit Kingdom, which is why its pilots are trained in kamikaze tactics. If war were to break out, North Korea's Air Force would launch one-way attacks across the DMZ, knowing its Air Force could never survive an air war. In the mountainous terrain of North Korea, perhaps no aircraft is more important, however, than the attack helicopter, capable of taking out armored forces and providing recon and fire support in places regular aircraft would find it difficult to operate. Attack helicopters would be of paramount importance in a showdown between the two countries. The U.S. fields an inventory of 967 Apache helicopters, one of the deadliest attack helos ever built. Not only is each Apache equipped with state-of-the-art electronics and sensors, but these agile birds are extremely tough to boot. When an entire flight of Apaches was ambushed in a protracted battle against insurgents on the ground in Afghanistan, the U.S. famously only lost a single bird while decimating ground forces below them. North Korea's 20 attack helos are Soviet-built MiG-24 Hinds, an extremely capable attack helicopter that, despite being dated, still packs an impressive punch. Good thing for the U.S. ground forces that North Korea only operates a small amount of these powerful Russian birds of prey. On the ground, North Korea is almost neck and neck with the US in terms of armored forces, with 6,045 combat tanks versus the US's 6,289. The two tank armies are almost evenly matched in terms of numbers. In terms of quality, though, well, North Korea once more suffers greatly. North Korea's most formidable tank is a native upgrade to the Soviet T-62, known as Chonmahol, with the T-62 being North Korea's most numerous, nearly modern design. Large numbers of them were upgraded with new armor, fire, and sighting systems, and other sensors. In effect, these might be upgraded designs, but the core model is still the 1960s-era T-62. It's known that North Korea operates at least 1,000 of these tanks, but may have upwards of 1,200. North Korea's second most prolific tank is the T-54 and T-55, of which it operates 2,000. These dated, underpowered tanks were terrifying when first fielded by the Soviet Union in the 50s. But as Iraq found out in the first Gulf War, present absolutely zero threat to the US modern Abrams. On the ground, North Korea's tank forces simply could not hope to do more than delay an American armored advance. One area where North Korea rises above the US, though, is in the size of its rocket artillery forces, fielding 2,110 versus the US's 1,366. Rocket artillery may not have the endurance of fire of traditional artillery, but provides one extremely crucial advantage over regular artillery. By firing all of its munitions in extremely rapid succession, rocket artillery puts all of its steel on target within seconds, giving troops and vehicles little time to seek cover. While the US fields more modern versions of rocket projectors, the technology is so simple that even North Korea's Soviet-era technology poses a significant and deadly threat to US forces. On the seas, the US fields a fleet of 490 ships versus North Korea's 984. North Korea may seem to have an advantage in numbers, but that's because the vast majority of its ships are small torpedo boats that can't operate far from shore. The second largest element of North Korea's navy is its underwater forces, with one of the world's largest submarine forces numbering anywhere between 60 and 80. 40 of these subs are the medium-sized diesel-electric Sango class, built in the late 90s. While not particularly advanced versus the US Navy's Los Angeles and Virginia-class nuclear submarines, diesel-electric submarines used in a defensive posture close to the shore can be an incredibly effective force, even if technologically outclassed. By loitering near the shore and running silently on battery power, North Korea could simply choose to have these subs lie in wait for oncoming US ships and launch deadly ambushes. The nation's willingness to operate these craft in a kamikaze style similar to its air force only adds to the deadliness of North Korea's submarine force. By comparison, the US operates 66 submarines, most of which are Los Angeles-class attack submarines. These are in the process of being phased out by the new Virginia class, which incorporates many of the Seawolf class technologies at a lower cost and thus with less effectiveness than the deadly Seawolf, which is sadly far too expensive to field in large numbers. 3 of the legendary Seawolf class submarines remain in service with the Navy, with no near-term plans to retire them, though the Navy is planning on acquiring a new modern variant of the Seawolf to use on extremely important or sensitive missions. With 20 aircraft carriers, which includes smaller carriers meant to support amphibious operations, the US is guaranteed to have air power anywhere in the world it needs it. By comparison, North Korea has 0 aircraft carriers and could not hope to ever operate one in its current economic climate, let alone ensure it survives first contact against US forces. Despite all these naval advantages to the US, though, North Korea once more has the advantage in one area: mine warfare. With 23 vessels especially equipped to mine sea lanes versus the US's 11, North Korea is poised to make an amphibious attack against it by the superior US fleet a costly affair in terms of manpower and equipment. Clearing sea mines is an extremely time-consuming and dangerous affair, and with so many mine-laying ships, North Korea could make entire beaches and ports completely inaccessible to US forces. The military advantage is clearly in favor of the US, but a showdown between the two countries is far more nuanced than merely comparing numbers. The US must maintain global commitments even during a war, meaning that it wouldn't be able to commit more than 30 to 40% of its total force to a conflict with North Korea. That brings the number parity way down on the US side, though the US's far superior equipment and training, or force multipliers, practically ensure a US victory. However, it would be an extremely costly victory for the US and its allies, as North Korea is well prepared to make a push north from South Korea an exceedingly bloody affair. With its mine-laying capabilities, the North Korean Navy could make the ocean around the Korean peninsula inaccessible for weeks, disrupting not just military operations, but civilian traffic as well, and shutting down one of the busiest trade arteries in the world. Then there's North Korea's nuclear program, the full extent of which is still not known. What is clear is that North Korea has the materials and technology for several bombs. Some estimates place the current North Korean stockpile at 30 to 40 weapons. Even though most of these weapons couldn't reach the US mainland, they would make any conflict on the peninsula an extremely dangerous affair, with a losing Kim Jong-un likely to decide to use nuclear weapons against US forces and South Korea, rather than be deposed as so many
man, he
dictators
would have
before.
his fucking head
Now,
on a
go check out
stick if
weird
he tried
things that
that.
only exist in North Korea, or this other video instead. Day 1, 12:01 a.m. local, 3,000 feet above Boryspil, Ukraine. The engines of the Raptor generate a mild roar somewhere behind U.S. Air Force Captain Kieran Campbell's head. But
I'm loving
he
these
doesn't
videos.
notice. His eyes are glued to his HUD, ears cued to the warning tone from his radar that'll let him know enemy fighters are in the air. Well, not his radar. The entire 20-strong squadron of Raptors are all flying noses cold. Turning on their powerful ASA radars would be a dead giveaway for Russian fighters and ground batteries. Instead, the Raptors are being fed information from a loitering AWACS platform, one of 4 currently in the skies over Ukraine. This lets them remain stealthy until the last possible moment. The AWACS are a high-priority target to defend, and Captain Campbell's concerned about Russia's Su-57 Felon fleet. Intel's confident the Russians only have 5 that can be put into battle. The Russian plane is stealth light, but could still get more than close enough to pop a missile or 2 at the AWACS before being detected. Campbell expected the Felon to be in the skies tonight. Russia had 3 months advance warning of what was coming. Now the U.S. Air Force was laying the hammer down, and it was his job to keep the bombers and the 4th-gen fighters safe long enough for them to do their job. A double beep pulled his attention back to the radar. There, as expected, a Russian combat air patrol. Moments later, the AWACS computer classified it as a Su-30 in loose formation with his flight of 4. The Russians had been stepping up their air combat patrols in recent weeks, aware that the U.S. had nearly finished its preparations for war. Why they hadn't struck first when it was most advantageous to them was a mystery, but in all likelihood they simply didn't have the platforms to do so anymore. Besides, U.S. Air Forces had used Poland as a staging area. An attack on Polish soil would trigger NATO's Article 5, and Poland was literally looking for an excuse to fight some Russians. Range 237 miles and closing. Not quickly, though. The first time the AWACS had taken to the sky in a 4-ship formation was 5 weeks ago, and Russia had immediately scrambled their air defense assets, as if the U.S. would be so stupid as to broadcast the start of its attack like that. Still, they scrambled their full air defense contingent on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th nights too. On the 5th, they merely added 2 extra caps to the Eastern Front. It had been awfully nice of the Russians to rehearse their response to an attack so publicly. Captain Campbell looked at the digital clock display. Yep, the war should be just about to officially be on any second now. After a moment later, his radio crackled with a single word: cryptic. The squadron's computers communicated with each other via directional burst to lessen the chance of being detected, each bird being assigned its own target. Campbell often felt like he was merely accompanying the computer that controlled so much of the jet, was pretty sure in another 10 years he'd be obsolete altogether. At least for now, though, he got to press the button. The F-22 shuddered slightly as its weapons bay opened and compromised his stealth for approximately 2.5 seconds. In that time, though, 2 AIM-120 missiles were ejected and the doors were already shut. The missiles rocketed upwards into the sky where the air was extremely thin and they'd meet little resistance. Once their rockets burned out, they'd be on a terminal trajectory pouncing down on the low-flying MiGs from above. A minute and a half later, Campbell could see the MiGs begin to peel away on his radar. It was unlikely they detected his F-22 from nearly 70 miles away, so he supposed that the ground-based S-400 had detected him and relayed the warning to the cap. He was unconcerned. It was one thing to detect the presence of a stealth fighter, another thing altogether to get a high-quality weapons lock on it. According to Russian sources, the S-400 should be able to lock onto him from around 24 or so miles. At around 80 miles or so, all it could do was warn friendly aircraft. Those aircraft had 2 choices: run, knowing that if an American stealth aircraft had been detected, it had probably already fired long-range missiles at them, or gun it, closing the distance as fast as possible to engagement distance. The smarter option was run, but it was no guarantee of safety. The AIM-120s were going over Mach 4 when their rockets cut off and only slightly slowed with little air resistance in the upper atmosphere. The Russian planes executed a pretty aggressive turn before gunning their engines, but the turn cost them serious airspeed that they had to regain. It wasn't enough. Campbell's squadron had shot well inside the maximum range of the AIM-120, and it had serious legs. The Russians realized it too, as they dipped their noses to the ground in an attempt to notch the incoming missiles. Now in active guidance mode and setting off the MiG's warning receivers, the sky erupts with flares as the MiGs try to shake their pursuers, but the AIM-120s have activated radar guidance in their terminal phase and are unaffected by the countermeasure. One by one, the Russian MiGs are blown out of the sky. 12:18 p.m. local, 5 meters over the Black Sea. 48 short-winged jet black shapes roar just feet over the tops of the Black Sea's waves. The weapons look like flying fish and behave much like them, rising and falling with the wave tops as their advanced onboard sensors detect the wave height of the sea in front of them and adjust to stay as low as possible. The LRASMs are the U.S.'s answer to the threat of the Chinese Navy. The explosive growth of the Chinese Navy and its technological advancement had made it clear that the Cold War ship-killing mainstay of the U.S. Navy, the Harpoon missile, was no longer a deterrent. The LRASM was the future, and the future was screaming toward the Russian Black Sea Fleet, bringing 48 1,000-pound blast fragmentation warheads with it. The missiles have been under the radar of the lead Russian picket, the guided missile frigate Ladny, for most of their journey, using the curvature of the Earth to their advantage. However, as they near the targets, the missiles are brought into full exposure of the searching radar beams. Their stealthy construction and use of stealth materials, however, buys them the time to get closer. Aboard the Ladny, a Russian radar technician is picking up faint returns of something. He immediately shouts an alarm. The returns are growing in intensity and approaching very rapidly. The air defense computer immediately turns its high-frequency radars in the direction of the incoming missiles, but the track isn't good enough for a weapons lock yet. The Russian sailor sits helpless, looking at his screen, and knowing that every second the missiles draw closer, the less time the fleet's defenses will have to engage them. He's been told not to fear American weapons when he first joined the Navy. They were all propaganda and hype, but seeing what had happened to the Army on the wrong side of the American smart weapons donated to Ukraine had given him doubts, serious doubts. Without human input, the volley of 9 M311 missiles.
Hold on, I gotta pee. Let's see. For some reason, I was getting super deep into some shit that happened a year ago with that girl from Austin that got touched by one of Miss Kiv's fucking friends or some shit. Hold on. Oh. Rediscovering ancient civilizations.
Randall Carlson, welcome to the show, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Sean. It's great to be here.
It's my pleasure.
Been looking forward to this.
It's my pleasure.
And here it is. It's actually happening.
I first saw you on the Ancient Apocalypse series with Grant Hancock, and that really caught my interest. And then I saw you on Rogan, and then that just took me down the whole rabbit hole.
Oh, good.
So, I'm really excited to have you here. I love these kind of topics. So we're going to talk a lot about ancient technologies and ancient civilizations and some of the stuff that you're doing now with education.
Oh, sounds like
everything. Where's everything
format?
at?
But yeah, so let me start off with an introduction. Not that you need one, because I've seen you all over the place, but you investigate and document catastrophic history of the world and the evidence for advanced knowledge in earlier cultures. You're a geologist, architectural designer, teacher, geometrician, geomythologist, geological explorer, and renegade scholar. You've been doing research for over 50 years into the interface between ancient mysteries and modern science, recognized by the National Science Teachers Association for your commitment to science education for young people. Acclaimed in 1997 TBS CNN documentary Fire in the Sky was based upon your research into earth change and catastrophic events. Organized several dozen field expeditions documenting evidence for catastrophic earth change. Host of the Cosmographia podcast, and for over 25 years, you have presented classes, lectures, multimedia programs synthesizing this information for students of the mysteries.
Well, let me clarify a couple of points, because there's
always
people, what the hell is a geomythologist?
Yeah.
Well, a geomythologist, now that is now becoming a recognized scientific discipline. And what that is basically scouring ancient documents and ancient records and accounts, could be mythology, legends, whatever, to get insight into geologic.
Oh, man.
Legends, whatever, to get insight into geological events and geological change. And we're going to pull up some examples while we're here, so, to show, examples. And I was talking to Kimball before we started the show here, and I mentioned the discovery of Troy. Now, Troy, there was the famous Trojan War that happened about 3,000 years ago, and this is a good example of the efficacy of geomythology. Is that Schliemann, who was the archaeologist who discovered the lost city of Troy, when everybody else, the establishment, believed it was purely just a myth, he actually used clues that he got from reading Homer and the myths and stuff, and he went and found the ruins of Troy. And it was accepted. So that was kind of like okay, maybe there's merit to looking at some of these ancient traditions. And since then, it's kind of evolved into a whole sub-discipline of geological research, in that a lot of these ancient accounts can actually provide very important insight and clues and information into ancient geological events.
Yeah.
So that's what geomythology is. It is not some weird, something that has been concocted up. It actually has value. And there's, sort of a counterpart to that. It's called astromythology. Because we know that ancient peoples all over the world were very, very interested in what was happening in the sky. And so astro refers to the stories and the myths about things that are happening in the heavens, in the sky, in the celestial realm. And, again, we're finding out that, there's merit to that. That we can actually derive valuable, usable information.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention at all.
Of geological research, in that a lot of these ancient accounts can actually provide very important insight and clues and information into ancient geological events.
Yeah.
So that's what geomythology is. It is not some weird, something that has been concocted up. It actually has value. And there's, sort of a counterpart to that. It's called astromythology. Because we know that ancient peoples all over the world were very, very interested in what was happening in the sky. And so astro refers to the stories and the myths about things that are happening in the heavens, in the sky, in the celestial realm. And, again, we're finding out that, there's merit to that. That we can actually derive valuable, usable information. I take the story of Marduk battling Tiamat in this Sumerian tradition. And, astronomers even like 40 years ago were looking at that and going, well, wait a second, it could be that, people are witnessing some kind of like fireballs, or maybe the breakup of a comet, or some such thing as that in the sky. And that became the basis for recording this myth.
Interesting.
Same with, Zeus battling dragons in the sky. There's many myths. The Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent in the New World stories. Again, all over the world, like stories of dragons and flying serpents and things like that, and wars in the heavens. And so there's actually a group of astronomers now, particularly it started in England, like in the early 80s, late 70s, where they're looking at these myths and going, well, maybe these are records of things that people actually witnessed or experienced firsthand.
Well, I can't wait to dive in. We had we touched on a couple subjects at breakfast that really, really caught my ear. But, one thing that I think everybody is kind of coming to is, the ancient Egypt, the pyramids and a lot of these mysteries of the world, Stonehenge, Easter Island, the pyramids, Machu Picchu, and how all these seem to line up, with the stars line up with each other. And I think, I don't know too many people left that are buying the ancient Egypt, the pyramids were built with by lifted stone that weighed tons, thousands and thousands of pounds with sticks.
A lot of those stones are 50, 100, 200 tons, even bigger than that.
It's almost interesting that even wound up in the educational system to begin with, and that when I was going through, nobody challenged it.
No.
And now today it seems to be the complete opposite.
Yeah, so, people are really beginning to question. And the thing is, you could look at it as an anomaly. And one culture at one point in history said, hey, you know what? We're going to quarry and move 200-ton stones just for the heck of it. But you see the thing all over the world. All over the world, they're doing these incredible structures with these massive stones. And, as a builder, I have, had to move heavy weights sometimes. And, of course, we'll bring in cranes and things, which presumably they didn't have back then, you know, or front end loaders, or, you know, lift up a 1-ton beam, you
Yeah.
know.
Do you have a? How do you think that was done?
I've been asked that question a lot of times, and I don't know the answer. I last year in February, I went down and interviewed with Tucker Carlson. He contacted me, said he wanted to interview me. I didn't know what he wanted to talk about. I get down there, that's what he wanted to talk about. We get in the studio, and he says, how did they do that? And I said, well, to be honest, I don't know. I've been thinking about this for decades. I don't know. I have some ideas of which direction to go now that I didn't have even a year or two ago. However, my understanding of the science of it is not to the point yet where I feel like I would fall on my face if I attempted to explain these thoughts that I have had about how such a thing might be accomplished.
I need to introduce you to my friend Chris Beck. But
Okay,
fascinating guy.
so you got some ideas?
He is. He used to work for the. He was a SEAL, and then he worked for the Pentagon. He's basically, I mean, in a nutshell, a mad scientist, and just a
We
brilliant,
like mad scientists, actually.
a brilliant mind. But he talks a lot about everything is frequency and vibration.
See, that's exactly the direction I would go.
And do you believe in 0-point energy?
I haven't researched it enough to say I believe in it, but I do think that there are forms of energy that are orders of magnitude more efficient than anything we're using today.
I mean, if you put, I believe they were able to harness some type of energy out of the earth to move those. I don't see any other way.
That's exactly the direction I would go with it.
And I mean, if you put if you just put a, I don't know, a block or a paperweight or whatever on a table or on top of a speaker and apply frequency and vibration, it moves on its own.
it'll
And
move on
so
its
if
own,
you
yep.
had some people guiding where that needed to be moved,
Yeah.
that seems to be the only. I don't know how the hell you would do it, or how you would harness the energy or create frequency and vibration to be able to vibrate the earth to get people. I mean, basically, we're talking about levitation.
Yeah.
You know, and I just don't see any other way how to do it. But it seems to be the only logical explanation.
One of the biggest
of it.
problems is that there's
I
just
think levitation
nothing
was
written about
probably
how
the-
it was constructed.
A scientific reality to ancient cultures.
Yeah.
Interesting,
it was so
the stories
easy they
about
didn't have to
the,
write
the
about
Ark of the Covenant, but it was sheathed in gold, and it would have been extremely heavy. Would have been very difficult for people to lift and move. And I've seen some calculations of how heavy the damn thing would have been. And, it was carried on staves because no one, according to the accounts, no one could touch it, lest they would get fried somehow. But I noticed, interestingly, that, the tribe that was the only tribe that was allowed of the 12 tribes to actually transport and move the Ark of the Covenant. Do you know which tribe that was?
I do not.
The Levites.
The Levites.
Levites. Levity. Levitation.
Got it. Got it.
And, having looked into some of these mystery religions like Kabbalah and stuff that say that there's hidden meanings to the words in the language, homonyms and synonyms and things that, that's the whole basis of the Kabbalistic system. That caught my eye, and I thought, that's an interesting coincidence.
Yeah, very interesting. Well, before we get too far into the weeds here, and I can't wait to get there, I have a Patreon, and I give everybody, they're the reason I'm here, they're the reason you're here, they're our top supporters, and so I give them an opportunity to ask the guest a question. So this is from Dylan.
Okay.
And Dylan wants to know, here's his question. What were some of the hypothesized steps that our surviving ancestors took to survive a 20 to 30 degrees Celsius environmental temperature change and build back a new society?
Okay, I don't know of temperature change that extreme, although we're looking at some very extreme. I mean, we're looking at 10 to 12 degrees Celsius, which would be about 18 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit. But that's way beyond anything we've experienced in recent times.
Yeah.
I mean, coming out of the Little Ice Age 150 to 200 years ago, temperature of the planet has warmed about a degree. So we're looking at warming of 20 times that much. And some of the studies based on ice cores, Greenland ice cores, Antarctic ice cores, other kinds of proxy evidence, the time span in which this temperature change occurred has gone from 1,000 years to a century, then from a century to a decade, then from a decade to 5 years, and now the latest, as we get to this ever more refined temporal resolution, like from the studies of ice cores, it's down to 1 to 3 years. So what happened? You know, that's a mystery. Now, what did people do? That's a very interesting question to me. Like, you need to find a place of refuge to ride this thing out. Because at the same time these extreme temperature changes are happening, the whole surface of the planet is being remodeled in a major way. So one of the things that would absolutely be necessary is to find the places of refuge. Now, in ecologists, when they look at the decimation of the whole ecosystem, like a great microcosm of that would be the Mount St. Helens eruption of 1980, when you had about 200 square miles just utterly decimated, turned into a lunar landscape. Well, you've got biologists and ecologists and stuff have been studying how nature has reclaimed that. And what usually happens is you have these pockets where some seeds or whatever, spores primarily, like, because the first colonizer plants that show up in the aftermath of catastrophe are ferns. And so this is what happened. You have these pockets of life recovering, and then from those little islands of life, of biological activity, it spreads out. And at the rate that it's been recovering, you know, about another, it's been, 40 years now since that big eruption. And it's probably, you know, there's now forests encroaching upon the area of devastation. Give it another 50 to 100 years and it should be completely recovered. Now, the question is, if we're faced, because to me, okay, two questions. One, the historical question, because we now know that these tremendous catastrophes have happened and have happened repeatedly. So, and then if they happen again, for example, we know that asteroid and cometary impacts are way more frequent than anybody was imagining a generation ago. Excuse me, I'm a little hoarse today. But interestingly, what we've seen in, say, in the last 25, 30 years is that geologists looking at the Earth down below have seen multiple scars from these tremendous cosmic events, impacts of asteroids and meteors, comets and cometary debris. There's about right now about 200 craters and or astrobleeds that have been discovered. Now, an astrobleem is an impact scar, but it's usually buried beneath the surface. It's called, literally translates as star wound. Star wound. Now, most of those are the result of high-density objects like iron asteroids. Have you ever been to the crater in Arizona near Winslow?
I haven't.
Okay, add that to your list. You need to get out there and see it. This is. You'll get out there and you're going to be looking in this 600-foot deep hole, a kilometer wide, and you're going to go, that's one big hell of a big hole, right? But that was like a little baby piece of cosmic debris that excavated that hole. It was an iron asteroid about 150 feet in diameter, right? Most of the asteroid pulverized upon impact, and pieces of it are strewn out for miles from the crater itself. In the museum there, you can see there's a hunk of the iron. It's maybe about like so big, you know. Now, when you have a high density, and we're talking, 5 or 6 grams per cubic centimeter, when you have a high density object like that coming in at hypervelocity speeds, it'll penetrate through the whole atmosphere and strike the ground. Now, if you have a lower density object, like, say, have you ever heard of the Tunguska event of 1908?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so in 1908, a piece of a comet, it was probably related to the comet we called Comet Encke, which was probably part of a family of meteors called the Taurid the Tauride meteor shower, which the Earth crosses this stream twice each year. Okay, so that piece is
I remember that
estimated
from
to have
Call
been
of
about
Duty.
150 feet in diameter. So now, on the one hand, the hole you've got in Arizona, the big crater bowl that you've got in the desert in Arizona, was created by, like, almost think about it, cast iron, and roughly the density and weight of cast iron. The Tunguska event, on the other hand, was more like almost like a snowball. But when that thing came in, again at hypervelocity speeds, it penetrated the atmosphere. It happened on June, by the Gregorian calendar, it would have been June 30th in 1908. That thing descended through the atmosphere, but was moving so fast that the atmosphere, in effect, didn't have time to get out of the way. The lower density of it meant that, like when the Department of Defense dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, those bombs didn't fall and strike the ground and explode. They were blown up in the atmosphere. Why? Because you've got a greater kill radius. You've got a greater radius of destruction. Whereas if it hits the ground, most of that energy is absorbed into the ground. And the blast wave, if you detonate it in the atmosphere, that blast wave can move out much more to a greater distance. So Tunguska 1908 exploded 5 miles up in the atmosphere with the force of about a 15 megaton hydrogen bomb. The largest hydrogen bomb ever tested by the US back in the 1950s was called Bravo, 20 megatons, right? So this is almost in the range of the biggest hydrogen bomb that the US Department of Defense ever tested, right? As a result of that explosion, over 820 square miles of old-growth taiga forest was just utterly obliterated and flattened. Under the epicenter of that explosion, about 200 square miles were just incinerated to nothing, right? Now we have two contrasting episodes there. Now one, we have an iron asteroid strikes the Earth. We have a low-density object, probably a piece of a comet, blows up in the atmosphere, right? Now, the reason we know about the Tunguska event of 1908 is because of two things: the devastation, but also the accounts that this is a very remote region of Siberia, northwest of Lake Baikal, very remote region, and so the Tungusi tribes people that live there were reindeer herders, and as far as we know, there was nobody killed directly by the blast because it was just at the northern limits of the tree line. If it had been much farther, maybe another 50 miles north or 100 miles north, we wouldn't have known about it. The reason we know about it is because, number one, even though this was very remote, when this happened in 1908, there were still accounts that made their way out. And a scientist, a Russian scientist by the name of Leonid Kulik, he was studying meteoritic phenomena, and he heard about this, and he decided he wanted to follow up on this. So I think it was 1927 or 1928, he journeyed to this small village, Vanavara, I think is what it was called. It was the closest human habitation to this event. And he found out, they confirmed, there was this thing, but they were very superstitious about it. They did not want any outsiders to go there because they felt like it had been a visitation from the fire god Agdi. And they witnessed this thing from the distance, and it completely, they were so blown away by what happened. And then, of course, some of them traveled in but the only thing that was probably killed in mass was reindeer herds. So some of the reindeer herders had gone up looking for their reindeer, and of course they could find no trace of them. They'd been just incinerated and obliterated.
So did this explode in the air? Is this
exploded in the air.
Okay.
Exploded about 5 miles up. So that's a major difference between these two. Now, if we think of the objects, the cosmic objects that could strike Earth, those are the two endpoints of a continuum. The high-density iron-type objects and the low-density cometary-type objects. And then you can have everything in between. So you're talking about roughly a gram per cubic centimeter, which is like a piece of ice, or 5 grams per cubic centimeter, which is going to be like a piece of cast iron. And then, like in the middle, you've got what are the chondritic meteorites that are about 3. So if you went out next to a creek and you picked up your standard piece of rock, sedimentary rock, it's going to be about 3.5 grams per cubic centimeter. So that's right in the middle of the spectrum. Now, here's the thing I'm getting at. When we start crater counting to try to understand how many times the Earth has been impacted, we're looking at objects that actually strike the Earth. Now, if you had an event like Tunguska, 1908.
How many, I'm just curious, how many, do you know how many times the Earth has been struck by some type of a meteor or a comet?
That's what I'm getting at.
Perfect.
That's exactly what I'm laying it out so that, right? So here's the thing. If you have an event like Tunguska, 100 years from now, there won't be any trace of it. The trees that were knocked down will have all been rotted away, and there's new forests growing there, right? And we wouldn't even know about it, right? Whereas the Arizona event, Meteor Crater, that happened some 50,000 years ago. So that big hole in the ground is still there, right? And we can see it, we can count it. Well, like I said, there's about 200 craters and astroblems that have been identified on Earth.
200.
About 200 now
Wow.
is the census. Now,
I just have another question
Sure.
real quick. How are you able to date when an asteroid hits the Earth?
well, there's a number of different ways. You know, optically stimulated luminescence is probably the main way now that you can date rocks. But, you know, you can use relative dating where if you know like, for example, if you got layers of soil,
Okay.
right, and you go out and you dig a hole, right, now you come back afterwards and you look at that hole and okay, we've cut through this layer, but not this layer. So we know it's younger than this layer, right?
Got it.
Now let's say we've got remains of life forms in there that we can date. Well, now we can date some of these layers. Or optically stimulated luminescence, not to OSL dating, not to try to get into a technical discussion on that, but it basically is that you have certain atomic structures that are reset when they're exposed to light. So if you've got a crystal that's buried, what's happening is it's through radiocarbon process. It's decaying and producing byproducts.
Okay.
Right? And by measuring the ratio of the precursor material and the byproducts, and you know how long that rate of transition is occurring, you can now get a relative date. The younger stuff, like the other way is this. Okay, so you dig that hole and you go away, and now things start, wind blows, things blow into the hole, plant life falls into it and it starts filling up, right? Well, then you can go and you can maybe date the stuff that's in there, in the hole. And if you go back and you pull up and you do core samples and you take and you date those, and the oldest dates turn up to be 50,000 years old, that's probably going to give you an indication of when it happened. And that's kind of how they dated the Arizona thing. Now,
Okay.
the 1908 event, that was witnessed. So, I mean, there are accounts of that. But here's the thing I'm getting at. The lower density objects are about 10 times more abundant than the iron objects. So, and then when you look at the actual craters and astroblems, most of those are on places where there's fairly dense human habitation: Europe, Scandinavia, Canada, the US, Russia. More and more of them are being found in Russia. What's under Antarctica? We don't know yet, but there's evidence that there's a really big crater under the ice in Antarctica. What about the bottom of the oceans, which is almost 3/4 of the planetary surface? For every one that's going to hit the ground on land, there's going to be 3 that hit the ocean. And so now you have marine geologists who are reevaluating evidence for large-scale tsunamis that have made landfall and thinking that some of those are too big to have been formed by simply undersea volcanic eruptions, and may be the result of, a half kilometer or kilometer wide object plunging into the ocean that's moving, at 20 miles per second, right? But my point, and this is the takeaway, is that the events like Tunguska that don't leave a lasting impression are way more abundant than the ones that dig holes in the ground. So if you're just counting holes in the ground or scars in the surface of the earth itself, you're going to be undercounting. That's my point. So we're kind of in a position now of reevaluating just how many times perhaps we have been affected in the past. And here's again, now we turn to astromythology or geomythology, and we have hundreds of accounts from all over the world of things that once you got this picture in your mind of what an event like that would be, it sounds like that's what they're talking about.
Interesting.
Yeah.
How many, do you happen to know how many documented cases are maybe within the past, 200 years?
Of impact type events?
Yes.
Well, the big one, of course, was 1908.
Okay.
But there's also evidence now of a similar event happening over Brazil in the 1930s.
Really?
Yeah. There's also evidence that there might have been a similar type event, maybe even bigger, over New Zealand.
What is the evidence?
Well, the evidence, and the first thing, like in the Brazil event, that was, who was it? I think it was some Catholic priests that were going in there to try to convert the natives, and they started hearing these tales, and then later some scientists went in there and they found what looked like that there had actually been 3 strikes of three objects that came in together, and individually each one was smaller than the 1908 event, but taken together the total energy released may have been in that scale.
Wow.
And I mean, there's the evidence is accumulated. There's a researcher, a geomythologist named Bruce Massey, who's done some incredible work on studying, and it's come to the conclusion that these events are far more frequent than anybody had imagined, 20 or 30 years ago.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I've got it all documented here. So when, I've been doing this for a long time, and I've spent pretty much every hour of my spare time for 40 years collecting this stuff.
It's interesting. It's
Yeah,
interesting.
and I visited just about all of the craters in America, a couple of them in Canada, but there's a lot more. I've done, in fact, there's a chain of them across the Midwest. I think it's at about the 34th parallel. I think there's 8 of them. And it might have been a multiple impact event. Now, this would have been a long time ago before humans, but imagine, do you remember the 1994 July? Do you remember Shoemaker Levy 9? Think about when there was a multiple impact into Jupiter. I think it was the second week of July, 1994.
I do not remember that.
What were you doing in 1994?
I was probably in middle school.
Okay, that would explain why. Now, see, the crime there is that you were probably in middle school and you didn't have any teacher telling you about this.
We were learning about ancient Egypt and how they propped those blocks up with sticks.
Really?
That's what I was doing in 94.
Oh, 94, okay. Well, in 94, so this, at the time, it was the most watched astronomical event in history. And in 15 months earlier, in March of 93, astronomer David Levy and astronomer Carolyn Shoemaker, wife of Gene Shoemaker, who was a famous, he trained NASA astronauts and stuff when they were going to the moon. He was a geologist. And so David Levy and Carolyn Shoemaker, who was Gene Shoemaker's wife, discovered, they were looking at Jupiter and they saw a comet just making it had just orbited around Jupiter, and it was just appearing from behind Jupiter when they discovered it. So it was like discovery of a new
ancient
comet. Suddenly
civilization.
there it was, coming from behind Jupiter. They began watching it, and over the next few days and weeks, they could see that the thing had broken into pieces. And so what had been a single nucleus turned into 21 separate individual nuclei. And the reason that happened is because, first of all, comets aren't really cohesively and solidly bound. The nucleus can be fragmented fairly easily, right? Jupiter has this intense gravity field.
I've been into gaming for a while, and I'm always curious about people's favorites.
A principle called the Roche limit.
I mean, it depends what kind of games you're into, I guess. If you like RPGs, like Genshin Impact, you can play Skyrim, Red Dead Redemption. Well, those are more like story-based. If you like FPS shooters, you can play Valorant, you can play Call of Duty, you can play a new game called The Finals. There's a lot of different games. Hold on. Yeah, there's a lot of different games. I guess, what type of games do you like? So many. Yeah. I haven't been playing Grand Theft Auto in a while, but I figured I'll just join a role-playing server and just start. But everybody in the server seems to be doing their own thing, so. Decided to just play and watch videos. Top quality content here. Okay, so that's iron. I mean, what type of games do you like? What? I need iron, I don't need copper. What's my role in this game? Basically, you can choose to be like a police officer. You can roleplay as a police officer. You can do ambulance. You can own a store, like a mechanic shop. You can do this. You can do mining and sell supplies to people. People use this for their supplies for like auto parts and honestly, I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that people would be asking to buy this shit. So you can do this. You can do trucking. You can literally be a fucking garbage man. I'm pretty sure there's plumbing now. What are other jobs? So yeah, you can be a cop. You can work EMS. You can do fishing. You can be a fisherman. And basically you just catch a bunch of small fish and then you can buy a boat and then start getting start illegally catching sharks and shit. You have the trucking business. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do. I mean, I like this server because they added a whole bunch of things. You can literally go to a lake and just start looking for gold and stuff. By the way, I followed you on Instagram. Okay. I followed you back. So yeah, that's basically all you can do. Do you stream? Dope ideas for you. I don't know. I'm not really into, not to disrespect what you do, but I'm not really into like the custom graphics for stream and stuff. I like to keep my shit simple, you know?
Where an object coming too close to a larger body like Earth or Jupiter or whatever, if it passes within that Roche limit, the gravity is so strong that it'd overcome the bonding of the object and it'll fragment. It'll literally, the gravity of Jupiter tore this comet nucleus apart. So the astronomers started tracking and they could see these pieces spreading out in space. They called it the chain of pearls. And it took about 3 months of observations. And within that 3 months, they were able to recreate the entire elliptical orbit of the thing. They were able to determine, because of the velocity of it, they now had the velocity of these pieces and they had the geometry of the orbit. So they're sort of fast forwarded it and they go, okay, in July of next year, July of 94, it's going to cross, it'll recross the orbit of Jupiter. But here was the interesting thing. When it's recrossing the orbit of Jupiter, guess what? Jupiter is right there. So they knew that it was going to be an impact, and they predicted this a year in advance. So I believe it was the second week of July, 1994, 21 pieces slammed into Jupiter. Any one of those pieces, had it struck Earth, would have caused a global catastrophe and probably pulled the plug on our civilization.
Wow.
Wouldn't have been an extinction level event, but it would have been enough to basically put us back to the Stone Age.
Wow.
And there were 21 of those pieces, and up until that point, no one had ever expected that they would witness such a thing as that. So that was an important milestone in thinking about catastrophism and the probabilities or possibilities of such a thing happening on Earth.
Do you, just back to the Patreon question, do you have any, do you think about that? How humanity may have survived or sought refuge?
Well, you want to turn back to mythology?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
If we were faced with something like, if we can go back to now what's almost certainly a
This
real
is strictly
event.
mythology.
Okay, so here we got mythology.
Mm-hmm.
And here we have scientific evidence that Earth was blasted around 12,900 years ago by a multi-impact event.
Okay.
A smaller version of what happened to Jupiter. Okay? Now, we've been around, modern humans have been around for probably a couple of 100,000 years. So the event that happened is called the Younger Dryas. Younger Dryas was initially it was an extreme climate event that was documented in Europe because it's named after a flower called Dryas octopetala. Dryas octopetala is a polar wildflower that loves the cold.
What's that?
So what's going on, bro?
I know. I was just thinking in my head, you know, chilling.
Yeah, you're good. Just touched down in the city tonight. I was just seeing if you could hit a boy on anything other than make money than this.
Oh shit! What type of work you trying to do?
Oh shit, anything that pays good, really.
Let's see.
Yeah, so I just got into the city, so I'm trying to get my money up.
You into criminal activities, or you trying to get a real job?
Nah, I'm into whatever pays, man.
Oh shit! mean, basically this is just all of this mining shit is not really useful unless you have somebody that's willing to buy for you.
Yeah, they were wanting to buy it from me, but they sent me a message or whatever on my phone.
Yeah.
And they wanted it unsmelted, so I figured a smelted shit's worth more, so I'm gonna go ahead and smelt it, figure out who the hell's buying that.
Yeah. I mean, you could go to the you can go to the DMV, get your license, and then get your CDL license, and then you can start doing trucking work.
Okay, yeah, I got the license already. Guess I gotta go back over there and get the CDLs.
Yeah, the CDL is basically the same test, but you just gotta drive around in the big ass truck. And then and then you can go to the trucking all the way in the bottom right. And then go inside and log into the computer, and then you can start doing jobs. Sometimes there's a job for like 12,000 that you can do, but most of them are gonna be like 2,000, 4,000, 6,000.
Okay.
And then you save
Check
up.
that out next.
Yeah, you can save up, and then you can buy your own truck, and then you can have people work for you.
Now, if you save up by your own truck, you make more doing the deliveries that way.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
I think the cheapest one is like 220,000, something like that.
Cheers, I'm gonna be grinding for a minute till I get that shit up.
Yeah, I just been in my head doing that shit for a while.
Yeah, I feel you. Well, my name's Rusty Bear, man. If you see me on the bird, man, say what's up.
Rusty Bear. Did you come from a different city?
Yeah, I just my first city, honestly, bro.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, where I actually like, you know what I mean, fucked around, talked to some people and shit.
Do you go into cities with your eyes open? If you know what I mean?
Don't get it.
Do you stream?
Sometimes, not all the
Yeah.
time.
Oh, okay.
It depends. You know what I mean? I was more on that cowboy shit when I was doing that.
Cowboy shit.
Yeah.
What you mean?
Some of that other shit, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Time travel type shit back in the Old West.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did a little streaming over there, but yeah, I mean, I ain't really streamed over here because I ain't really got into a city where I fucked with anybody yet. Anybody fucked with me. I mean, I just always been that new guy in town nobody fucks with.
Yeah, that's kind of what the fuck I'm on, bro. I don't know nobody.
Yeah, I feel you.
I've been in and out the city for like a good year though. I just be popping in and out, and every time I pop in, it's some new shit.
I'm trying to probably link up with. I mean, what's the gang situation like here? You know?
Man, that's a lot of gangs. I can't even keep up with them no more.
Is there any MCs?
Any what?
MCs?
MCs, probably if you go, let me see. Damn, they took it off. There was a restaurant, and I knew one of the dudes there. I know they had a studio. If that's what you're talking about. You talking about like rappers and shit?
No, I'm talking about motorcycle clubs.
Oh, shit. I'm thinking you talking about an MC, like a rapper.
Nah.
Oh,
I fucks
shit.
with the yeah, I mean if I'm gonna do some outlaw shit, man, I'm gonna probably do it with the I mean with a motorcycle club or something. But you gotta be around those guys and shit, so I'm trying to find where to be at.
Shit, what you doing right now?
I ain't doing shit. Sitting here smoking with you.
Shit. You wanna go look around the city, see what we can get into?
Yeah, you got a car? I had to stole some shit.
Yeah. My shit should be outside. Let's go see what's popping. Honestly, I'm bored of this shit.
Yeah, that's what Amazon.
Yeah, the thing is, you really do gotta be in a gang because everybody just run around in their circles. Let's see. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna have to leave the city soon. How much money you got? We can stop at Uwu.
I got like 6. The little shit they gave me when I got into the city, my little welfare check. And then I got like 1,000 something. I got doing the little delivery at the dude right here at the when you come in this bitch.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of the trucking shit. That shit helps out. It helps out a lot.
Yeah, I went over there to the the grime truck where that park at, that little delivery job over there, but I ain't seen nobody to talk to like an employee standing there to talk to.
Yeah.
So there's somebody hit me on my phone, said they'll take that shit unsmelted. So I was like, fuck it, I'll go over there. See, so I had to buy $500 to get the damn pickaxe.
Oh, burger shot's open.
Yeah, I gotta get something to drink, to eat anyways. We can stop over there.
Hell yeah. What did you say your name was?
Rusty Bear.
Rusty Bear. That's a fly ass name.
Yeah, my road name for. I was thinking, you know what I mean? I'm gonna just gonna get it with the MCs eventually. So
Yeah.
I get a good biker name. So
You a big biker dude?
yeah, when it comes to gang shit, man, I like that brotherhood. You know what I mean? Being an army vet and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? It's whatever. I like to meet all the gangs and see what everybody about before I make any decisions for real.
Yeah, I wanted to see if there was a country gang here. Ever since I moved to the city, I lost my country accent. But where the fuck is it at? Where's Burger Shot?
It's to the left down there. You go down this way, take a left. No, the other way. Turn around.
Okay.
Take it right here.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, all right. Oh shit! I got time.
Let's see if anybody's here. What the fuck?
Walk through the other.
How they gonna say it's open? Oh wait. Hello? hear them. We could try. Ooh. Oh, there you go.
Yo, what up? What up?
Where the food at?
Yeah, you good? I just need something to eat, man. A little burger, a little drink. Shit.
Type shit.
Yeah.
Can I get you anything?
Yeah, what's the best meal y'all can give me? The bleeder?
We got the murder meal.
Hell yeah, give me that murder
It's
meal.
got heart stopper, fries, soda, and a chance of a toy.
Fuck yeah.
How many you want?
Give me like 2.
2 of them? Alright, bet I got you right here.
Yeah.
What about you, bro? You want anything?
Oh, what's your name?
Des.
My name's Rusty over here,
Des.
man. I'll just take a burger and a soda. Shit.
You paying cash or card?
Card.
What's your name, man?
Rusty Bear.
You pay at the register right here.
Cash or card, bro?
It's card's fine.
What the
You
fuck?
said just the burger, so the heart stopper.
Yeah, let's go ahead and make it a combo, shit.
You want the murder meal?
Is it letting you pay?
Yeah, go ahead.
No.
Yeah, let's do that.
$2 grand. And then just pay at the register.
There you go.
I got you. Alright, bet.
You said you paid?
Yeah.
Alright, bet I got you right here.
2,000, right?
Yeah.
There you go, bro. It should be in the counter.
Yes, sir.
Counter right here.
See it?
Yeah, I see it.
Alright, bet.
Oh, I'm finna enjoy
appreciate you.
this.
Are we good?
Yep.
Alright, y'all. We're looking out.
How's it going, man? What can I get
Yo,
you?
Wagwan, I'm trying to get a burger now.
You want the heart stopper?
Yeah, I'll say that one. How much is that one?
Oh yeah.
That's a grand.
A grand, a fucking grand for a burger.
They must have just mocked right there.
Yeah,
Shit.
I know it's overpriced, but dude, it's good. Good burger, 50% HP.
Inflation really taking its toll on this place.
I mean,
you
we
know?
got the money shot, meat free and bleeder for 500.
I think I'll have to go get a loan for the burger, you know.
Sam?
I'll come back when I got some more money, you know.
Oh, what are you trying to get? Never mind. I was gonna buy him, but never mind. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna have to end it here. Gotta hit the gym. I didn't even finish the video. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna have to leave the city.
Alright, cuzzo.
I didn't expect to leave so soon, but fuck.
Alright, you're good, bro. You get back on, you know what I mean? I'm on nightly and shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll be back or whatever, and okay, so just hit me up if you see me on the bird.
Let me send you my contact. There you go.
Alright, cool.
Yeah, just send me a message and then I'll get to you later on.
Hey, you know how much it costs to take that CDL bullshit? Probably about the same as a driver test, like 200.
I think so. Nah, I think it's like 1,500, honestly.
Alright.
Yeah,
I'm
you should have enough
probably
though.
do that shit. Probably try to get my money up. Hopefully get a pistol.
Yeah. Just go to. I think you have to go to the police station to get a gun license. But either way, I'm pretty sure you can buy a gun.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some shit off. I ain't trying to have that shit in my name.
Yeah.
All right, y'all.
I'll holla at you later.
Boys. All right. Go still above a car. I'll be out.
All right. We out.